Thank you. You may resume your seats. Honorable delegates, I'd like to remind delegates that the rules, in particular sub-rules 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 would apply today. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister and Deputy Minister of Electricity and Energy, and the Minister and Deputy Minister of Minerals and Petroleum Resources, as well as all permanent delegates, MECs, all special delegates and SALGA representatives in the House and on the virtual platform. I also want to welcome guests that are in the gallery, and I hope that they enjoy the session with us and visit the NCOP whenever they would like to. Honorable delegates, I've been informed that there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice, and therefore we shall proceed to the first order of the day, and that is the policy debate on Budget Vote 10, Electricity and Energy Appropriation Bill B4 of 2026, which is a Section 77 bill. Honorable delegates, it gives me honor and pleasure to call upon the Honorable Minister Ramakgoba to open the debate for 20 minutes. Honorable Minister.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, honorable premiers, special delegates, cabinet colleagues, this Minister Mantashe and the DM, chairpersons and chief executives of the energy family entities, the acting director general, Mr. Kekana, and the officials of the department, fellow South Africans. On the 10th of May, 1994, standing at the Union Buildings, President Nelson Mandela reminded us that, open quotes, our daily deeds are, as ordinary South Africans, must produce an actual South African reality, close quotes. Those words remain a test of public duty. They remind us that the promise of democracy must be made visible in the life of a household that can switch on the lights, a learner who can study at night, a clinic that can refrigerate medicine safely, a business that can produce without interruption, and a community that experiences energy not as a privilege, but as a foundation for dignity and development. This budget vote is therefore not simply an account of expenditure. It is a statement of execution. It sets out how the Department of Electricity and Energy is converting planning into delivery, stability into security, and public investments into the confidence required to unlock the next wave of energy infrastructure investments. On the 18th May 2026, ESCOM marked 365 days without load shedding. That milestone did not invite celebration for its own sake. It gave the country an opportunity to reflect on the path we have traveled and to acknowledge that electricity systems has regained stability. ESCOM's operational performance has improved, maintenance discipline has strengthened, key generating units have returned, system coordination has become sharper, and executive oversight has become more focused. But this budget vote is not a celebration of recovery. It is a statement of the work that must now follow recovery. Our central task remains to convert stabilization into durable energy security and to ensure that national recovery is felt in every province, every municipality, every city, town, township, and rural village. Honorable members, this budget vote comes before the National Council of Provinces at a time when energy security has become central to economic security, industrial competitiveness, and national resilience. Across the world, electricity demand is rising as economies digitalize, industries electrify, data centers expand, and countries compete for investments in the new energy economy. For South Africa, reliable and affordable energy is now a condition for growth, employment, regional trade, industrialization, and inclusive development. It is also a condition for sovereignty, because a country that cannot secure its energy future cannot fully secure its economic future. Honorable members, the allocation under Vote 10 is 6 billion rands for the 2026-27 financial year. But the significance of this vote cannot be measured only by the size of the appropriation. The department's role is to use this allocation as a lever to provide the policy certainty, planning authority, program coordination, regulatory oversight, and institutional capacity required to unlock a much larger energy investment program. In other words, this is not a budget that seeks to fund the energy transition on its own. It is a budget designed to organize, direct, and catalyze investments across the energy system, from generation and transmission to distribution recovery, universal access, firm capacity, storage, gas, nuclear, and energy-linked industrialization. Its value lies in how effectively it helps the state to convert policy into projects, public expenditure into confidence, and confidence into the scale of investment required to build South Africa's energy future. In practical terms, vote number 10 is a lever to facilitate the estimated 2.2 trillion rands in energy infrastructure investment pipeline required across the sector. That investment pipeline is anchored in the Integrated Resource Plan, the Transmission Development Plan, universal access requirements, distribution recovery, firm capacity, storage, gas, nuclear, green hydrogen, and energy-linked industrialization. The department will focus on 5 priority areas in the year ahead, namely risk-adjusted energy planning through the Integrated Resource Plan, Gas Master Plan, and Integrated Energy Plan, accelerated grid expansion and transmission unlock, a sequenced South African wholesale electricity market implementation roadmap, and firm capacity acceleration, including coal fleet planning, gas, storage, and nuclear, and finalization of electricity pricing and distribution sector transformation to strengthen affordability, social protection, and municipal service delivery. Honorable members, a responsible energy transition requires honesty about the system we have, the system we need, and the path between the two. The coal fleet is aging. Environmental obligations are tightening. The timing of retirement, repowering, and repurposing has direct implication for system security, electricity prices, workers, communities, and municipalities. The department will therefore develop a programmatic 20-year outlook for coal fleet. This will move the country away from narrow station-by-station decisions and towards an integrated national framework for retirement, repowering, repurposing, minimum emission standards compliance, cost recovery, and community revitalization. This work will be undertaken with social partners. It will recognize the legitimate concerns of workers, municipalities, local businesses, and communities. It will also ensure that coal fleet decisions are aligned with system adequacy and affordability. The transition must be managed with people, not imposed on people. South Africa must also confront the gas cliff with urgency and clarity. Gas supply constraints affect industrial users, petrochemicals, manufacturing, investment decisions, and regional energy logistics. They also affect the ability of the electricity system to access flexible and dispatchable capacity. Gas will therefore be positioned as part of the post-2030 firm capacity mix, where it is affordable, bankable, and aligned with infrastructure readiness, supporting renewable integration and industrial competitiveness alongside storage, pump storage, and nuclear. The department will advance the nuclear program with prudence and discipline. This includes the nuclear industrialization plan, the implementation of the 5,200 megawatts of nuclear new build program, the nuclear fuel cycle strategy to support energy sovereignty, small modular reactor positioning, including the lifting of pebble bed modular reactor out of care and maintenance as a basis to review its capability, the development pathway for multi-purpose research reactor, and the necessary Section 34 determination process for nuclear energy procurement. Honorable members, if there is one infrastructure lesson that now stands above all others, it is this. Without transmission, there is no energy transition at scale. The National Transmission Company of South Africa has already moved important parts of the transmission development plan into procurement and execution. Significant transmission lines and transformer capacity are in delivery pipeline. Servitudes have been secured for major portions of the build program, and grid connection capacity is being unlocked for future generation. The scale of the task requires a new delivery model. The department will secure confidence in grid capacity delivery through an integrated transmission expansion plan, bringing together the transmission development plan, independent transmission projects, collector grids, self-build models, shared transmission works, system resilience requirements, and the integrated resource plan. Honorable members, South Africa is preparing for a more transparent and competitive electricity market. The South African wholesale electricity market will introduce clearer price signals, improve dispatch efficiency, allocate balancing responsibilities more transparently, and reduce long-term reliance on the single buyer model. But market transformation must be sequenced with sensitivity. The department will therefore finalize and launch a sequenced South African wholesale electricity market implementation roadmap. The roadmap will set out regulatory milestones, readiness gates, governance control, pricing alignment, vesting arrangements, settlements arrangement, and transition to a transmission system operator. The market will not be built on uncertainty. It will be built on rules, oversight, readiness, and public interest. We are not transforming the electricity market so that the state can retreat. We are transforming the electricity market so that the state can govern a more complex system with better instruments. The state will continue to plan, regulate, protect the poor, defend the system security, and ensure that market design serves national development objectives. Honorable members, electricity prices matter because they are felt directly in the lives of South Africans. They affect the household budget, the cost of doing business, municipal finances, industrial competitiveness, and the legitimacy of energy sector transformation. The department is processing the electricity pricing policy through to cabinet, after which public consultation will open. This policy provides the basis for a revised framework on tariff setting, cost reflectivity, wholesale pricing, use of system charges, time of use pricing, subsidy separation, municipal cost of supply enforcement, and social protection. Affordability must be built into the design of the system, not left as an afterthought. The department will review the free basic electricity policy as part of a broader social protection framework to strengthen support to indigent and vulnerable households and to ensure that poor households are protected in a more competitive and complex electricity market. The department acknowledges the work processed by Eskom to provide a tariff of approximately 62 cents per kilowatt hour to major smelters, recognizing that energy-intensive industries can only remain globally competitive where electricity pricing supports production, investment retention, and export performance. Building on this, the department will work to codify a transparent and carefully targeted special pricing mechanism for large power users as an instrument to support industrial growth, preserve strategic productive capacity, and ultimately protect jobs whilst maintaining the financial sustainability of the electricity system. Honorable members, the recovery of the national system must now be carried into communities. A national system can be stable while a local community remains in darkness because of a transformer has failed, a feeder is overloaded, or a municipal network is unable to cope. Electricity distribution is part of the system closest to the citizens. It is also where some of the deepest weaknesses remain, including poor asset registers, weak billing systems, illegal connections, non-technical losses, aging infrastructure, incomplete cost of supply studies, and rising municipal areas. The department will drive the distribution agency agreement as a central instrument in resetting the distribution sector, working with the National Treasury, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to prioritize municipalities where electricity services, revenue collection, and network performance are under greater strain. Through this approach, we will intervene more deliberately to stabilize municipal electricity business, to improve technical performance, strengthen revenue recovery, and restore reliable electricity supply to communities. The department will also operationalize the Universal Access Program Management Office to address 1.6 million households' access gap. Universal access must now mean that more connection. It must mean reliable, safe, and affordable electricity, supported by grid connection, microgrids, off-grid solution, smart metering, indigent registration, and productive use of energy. At the same time, we will consolidate the load reduction elimination program as an immediate and practical intervention to restore reliability in communities that continue to experience localized electricity insecurity. The September 2025 baseline identified 971 load reduction feeders, affecting approximately 1,694 million 1.6 million rather customers, with the highest concentration risk in Gauteng, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo. The program is already showing progress. By March 2026, 211 feeders had been removed from load reduction against a planned target of 290 feeders, representing 73% achievement. I'm happy to announce that the Western Cape and Northern Cape are now fully off load reduction, and phase 1 targets have been achieved in KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. This progress demonstrates that eradication is achievable, but that acceleration is now required to meet the remaining investment committee approvals and shareholder compact. The implementation plan recognizes that the problem is uneven across the country. In provinces where the scale of the challenge is more contained, that is, the Western Cape is already load reduction free. The Northern Cape has been removed from load reduction. The Eastern Cape is on track for full elimination of load reduction by June 2026. Free State is targeted for elimination by July of this year. The Northwest forms part of a cluster and is on track for completion by, again, June of 2026. That is in the current month. In Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga, where the scale and complexity are greater, the program will continue through phased interventions focused on smart meter feeder stabilization, network strengthening, electrification to normalize connections, community mobilization, and additional contractor capacity, with full elimination by March 2027. In Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, where the scale and complexity of the program will continue through a second phase to September of 2026, then to a final phase with full elimination targeted by March of 2027. Just to clarify, Mpumalanga and Limpopo will be done by September of 2026, and Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal by March of 2027, the latest. Honorable members, the energy transition must not become a new import dependency. South Africa cannot spend hundreds of billions of rands on energy infrastructure without building local industry skills and ownership. Energy investment must be used to expand the industrial base of the country. The department will align electricity investments with industrial policy, localization, supplier development, green hydrogen, nuclear industrialization, gas infrastructure, transmission equipment, storage technologies, smart meters, transformers, and energy-linked manufacturing. Where public policy creates demand, industrial policy must shape the supply response. Where the state procures infrastructure, it must also build capability. Where the energy transition creates new markets, South African firms and workers must be positioned to participate. Honorable members, This budget vote is a statement of execution. It recognizes the progress made in stabilizing the electricity system. It recognizes the scale of the work still ahead. It recognizes that public confidence is built not only by promise alone, but by delivery that is visible, measurable, and felt in daily life. This is a demanding agenda, but it's also a hopeful agenda. It says that South Africa is no longer only managing a crisis, it is building the future. It says that energy security is not an abstract objective, it is a foundation of growth, dignity, inclusion, and national confidence. President Mandela's words reminds us that our daily deeds must produce an actual South African reality. In the energy sector, that reality must be a country where electricity is reliable, where access is universal, where investment is unlocked, where communities are protected, and where the energy transition becomes a platform for jobs, industrialization, and shared prosperity. This is the work this budget vote must carry going forward. I thank you, House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you for not producing a report that is shocking, but it was a good report. Thank you very much. We now move on to the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Mineral Resources, the Honorable Modise, for 15 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Minister Ramokgopa, forever alien available Minister Mantashe, Deputy Minister Trem Mare, Deputy Minister Mgina, honorable members of the executive, special delegates, King Sol Shabalala, one of them, fellow South Africans, Dumelang. For many of us who grew up in the golden era of South African television, Saturday evenings between 6 and 6:30 were sacred. The nation gathered before their screens in anticipation of a TV show called Selimathunzi, and amongst its hosts stood a light-skinned presenter whose charm and signature line, Selimathunzi Tugutugu, became etched in our collective memory. In a time before internet and social media, when television and radio were the heartbeat of communication, Dostonoche was more than a presenter. He was a household name. He embodied the true spirit of edutainment, to educate, to inform, and to entertain. His visit to celebrity homes, opening fridges to reveal only a bottle of water, half-cut onions, an empty bottle of tamati sauce, reminded us that fame did not shield one from their life's everyday challenges. It was a gentle lesson in humility, showing that even stars are humans. Across decades of high-energy TV shows like Ngom Kibelo, Kamu Kibelo, and memorable roles in Setswana dramas, Red Dostonoche distinguished himself not only by talent, but by integrity. His career has been free of scandals, controversy, or tabloid headlines. Instead, it has been marked by professionalism, dignity, and a clean life lived in service of his craft and his audience. Today, on behalf of this House, we salute you, Dostonoche. You are a pioneer of weekend entertainment, a custodian of culture, and a symbol of excellence. Your voice, your presence, and your legacy continue to inspire generations. Chairperson, today I speak about the one thing that touches every home, every factory, every classroom, and every clinic in this country: electricity. For 16 years, load shedding became part of our language. Stage 4 today, will we have the power for exams? Can hospital run its theaters? Were the questions by South Africans daily, in taxis, in shebins, in buses, and in trains. Honorable members, darkness is expensive. Council of Scientific and Industrial Research estimate that at its worst, load shedding shaved 2 to 3% of the GDP every year. That is 16 years of 2 to 3%. That is hundreds of billions lost. That is a factory closed instead of expanding. That is a youth who stayed unemployed because the business that will have hired him could not afford to do so. But today, I do not come to speak only about the loss. I come to speak about recovery, about what happens when policy misdeliver, about how we turn the lights on, keep them on, and use the power to build an inclusive economy. This is a speech about growth, about jobs, about dignity, and about making sure no future parliament has to ever debate darkness again. Honorable members, let us start with facts. South Africa peak demand is 32 to 35 gigawatts and is rising. We're electrifying transport. We're building data centers. We're industrializing. Demand will go up and up and up. And here is the truth no honest government can ignore. Base load cannot wobble. A hospital cannot run on maybe the wind is blowing. Or a smelter cannot stop because clouds are covered the sun. A mine cannot tell 3,000 workers to go home because one plant tripped. So South African supply must be met through multiple energy carriers because no single source can carry a modern economy alone. These multiple energy carriers are: one, coal. Yes, coal, honorable members. Coal is still about 70% or so of our energy generation today. It is despicable. It is what our engineers know. It is what our towns in Mpumalanga and the Free State were built on. We must run it cleaner, maintain it better, and use it responsibly while we're on transition. To shut it down overnight is to shut down jobs overnight. Second, nuclear. Kuberg gives us 1.8 gigawatts of clean, steady power 24 hours a day. That is a base load that we can compare to a gold. No emission, no weather risk. Nuclear takes time and capital, but is a long-term security. Any country serious about industrialization keeps nuclear in the mix. 3, hydro and pumped storage. Drakensberg is one of those. The giant of our batteries in the mountains. When demand spikes at 6 p.m., they switch on in a minute. No other technology is faster. We must maintain them and plan more. Gas. Gas pickup plants are the fire bridge of the grid. When a coal unit trips unexpectedly, gas fires up in 10 minutes, not in 10 hours, Honorable Mabil. It bridges us while we build permanent capacity. It also let us use our own natural gas resource. Last one, renewables. Solar and wind are now the cheapest new electricity on earth, Honorable Marquesin. They are critical to cut costs and reduce daytime demand pressure, but they must be paired with batteries, transmission upgrades, and proper planning. Then they become a weapon against load shedding and not a risk. Honorable members, the end of load shedding does not come from choosing one technology and fighting about it. It comes from using all technologies, each of what it does best. More carriers equals more reliability. More reliability equals investor confidence, and investor confidence equals growth. Honorable members, even the best mix fails if the institution is broken. That's why we welcome the separation of the department and have the Department of Electricity and Energy to operate as an independent department. Why does that matter, honorables? It's because standalone Department of Electricity and Energy can do one of the three things. One, focus on a mandate. One, sets a target, keep the lights on, expand generation, build transmission, and nothing else. Or two, accountability. When the light goes off, South Africans must know exactly which department and which minister is responsible. No more passing the buck. Or three, speed. Licensing of IPPs, grid connection and maintenance decision must happen in weeks and not years. Honorable members, let me say this clearly so the record reflects it. Honorable Pinar, ANC policy on the electricity and energy sector implemented through Energy Action Plan launched in 2022 has worked. The Energy Action Plan was not a speech. It was 5 concrete things. One, add as much as new generation to the grid as possible and fast. The department moved from licensing, removed the licensing caps and opened the door for private investment. Results, over 10 gigawatts of new project in the pipeline, rooftop solar exploded, and the IPP bids windows moved. 2, fix ESCOM existing plans, maintenance, not excuse. The department brought back skilled engineers, focused on unplanned outages and improved energy availability. 3, enable private investment. The department let businesses, farms, and households generate their own power and sell it back. That took pressure off the grid. 4, accelerate procurement. Bid Windows 5 and 6 brought new solar, wind, and battery project online. And last one, transform the grid. The department started planning transmission expansion so new power can actually reach homes and factories. The result is what South Africa feels today. Load shedding has ended. For months now, the grid has held. Factories run full shifts, students study at night, hospitals operate without diesel. This was not by incident, honorable members. This was not luck. This was policy, planning, and delivery. When government sets clear plan and follows it, South Africa moves forward. Lights on means factory on. Factories on means order filled. Orders filled means workers hired. Workers hired means family fed and future restored. Fellow South Africans, electricity is not just an economic input. It is an instrument of justice. The role of energy and electricity for inclusive economic development is this: where there is power, there's production. Where there's production, there are jobs. And those jobs must go to provinces and communities that were left behind. In the Eastern Cape, auto parts manufacturers can now take export orders without fearing blackouts. In Limpopo, farmers can pack and freeze citrus for Europe without losing a crop. In Northwest, platinum mines can run safely and add shifts. And in Mpumalanga and the Free State, we must manage a transition so coal communities get the new jobs, not just job losses. In Northern Cape, the sun is a resource that can power the country. Reliable energy means every province, not only Gauteng and Western Cape, can compete for investment. Honourable members, who was hurt most by load shedding? It was not the big corporates with generators. It was the township spaza in Soweto, the salon in Khayelitsha, the rural clinic in Giyani, and the school in Kwak, the welder in Mthatha. For them, 4 hours without power meant zero income that day. They could not afford backup, they just lost. When we keep the lights on and expand the grid access, we unlock entrepreneurs where unemployment is 50 or 60%. We let the youth start businesses without needing 100,000 for backup power. We let women own cooperatives, process food, make furniture, and sell without interruption. And as we build this new energy, jobs must be local. Solar installers must be trained in our township. Battery technicians must come from our rural areas. Grid upgrade contract must go to the SMMEs and cooperatives in disadvantaged areas. Procurement must be deliberate. Electricity is not luxury. It is dignity. It is the difference between child doing a homework at night or sitting in the dark. It is the difference between a mother's business surviving or closing. If we get the energy right, we do not just grow the GDP. We grow it inclusively. We create work for the many and not for the few. Honourable members, the end of load shedding today is a victory. Our task is to make it permanent. And permanence requires detailed planning. The importance of detailed planning is this: it's supply meet market demand, and it must do so every single day for the next 30, 40, or 50 years, and not by hope, but by design. Our economy is recovering, Honorable Ramokgopa. Data centers are coming. Electric vehicles will grow. New housing and industry will add load. If we only build for 2026 demand, we'll be back in crisis by 2028. The integrated resource plan must be updated, funded, and executed without delay. We must focus growth province by province. Gauteng will need more. Northern Cape Solar must be connected. Eastern Cape ports will industrialize. The plan before the factories ask for it. One coal plant must not collapse the grid again. Security of supply going forward means every part of the mix is maintained and expanded. Base load from coal to nuclear, flexibility from gas to hydro, cost and speed from renewables plus storage, and transmission lines strong enough to carry it all. We must fund grid expansion. You can have 10 gigawatts of new power, but if the wires cannot carry it, the lights will still go off. That is a waste of investment and wasted jobs. Detailed planning is not paperwork. It sets target, timelines, and consequence. Which power plant connects in 2028? which transmission line is completed in 2027, which budget line is spent and audited. South Africa do not want winter promises. They want certainty. Certainty tells manufacturer in East London to expand your plant, the power will be on. Certainty tells a young entrepreneur in Tembisa, start your bakery, the oven will work. Security of supply is not an accident. It's a product of serious planning and serious budgeting and serious delivery. In closing, the lights going off was a policy failure of the past. The lights staying on must be the policy success of this parliament. We now have the roadmap, a multiple energy carriers mix, an independent and properly funded Department of Electricity and Energy, ANC policy delivered through Energy Action Plan, inclusive job creation in every province, township, and detailed planning for security of supply. This is about South Africa. A South Africa where a child can study at night, where a worker can earn a wage, where business can invest without fear, where no community is left in the dark because of history or geography. Honorable members, let this 7th parliament be remembered for one thing above all. We chose growth over darkness. We chose jobs over excuses. We chose action over delay. Let us fund this department. Let us execute the plan. Let us keep the lights on. Because when the lights are on, South Africa rise. And fellow South Africans, anyone who's going to stand here and reject or say they do not support this budget vote does not love you. And you must remember them because they want us to go back to the days of load shedding. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modise. We now go to the next participant in this debate, and that's the Honorable Sitole for 12 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Let me give my greetings to the Honorable Minister of Electricity, Remo Khopa, and Deputy Minister, Minister of Agriculture, Re Mantashe, and the Deputy Minister. Chief Whip, no, it's not demoted. I said, let me give my greetings to Minister of Electricity, Remo Khopa, and the Deputy Minister. And my greetings again to the Minister of Agriculture, Re Mantashe, and the Deputy Minister. Chief Whip of the House, Re Kenny Moimang, honorable members, permanent delegates and special delegates, baagi ba Afrika Borwa dumelang. Let me tell you the story of the Doubting Thomas. When you, Honorable Minister, declared that load shedding will become a thing of the past, the Doubting Thomas, true to form, insisted it could never be done. They said the lights will never stay on, that the challenges was too great, and that the failure was inevitable. Yet on 16 May 2026, Eskom reached an extraordinary milestone, making 365 consecutive days of uninterrupted power supply. Your statement was not merely a promise, it was a commitment fulfilled by a capable ANC-led government determined to restore stability to South Africa's energy sector. As load shedding is dispatched to the annal of history, this achievement represents a far more than operational progress. It signifies the restoration of national confidence, renewed investor certainty, and a clear demonstration that when government, workers, engineers, and communities work together, even the most difficult challenges can be overcome. The lights stayed on for the entire year is not only an energy success story, it is a testament to what focused leadership, persistent and collective efforts can achieve for our nation. You have now declared that load reduction will be permanently eliminated. And once again, the Doubting Thomases have resurfaced. True to their nature, they have moved the goalpost. Having been proven wrong on load shedding, they are now proclaiming at the top of their voices that load reduction can never be eliminated. But as the African National Congress, we are not only confident, but certain that this challenge too shall be overcome. History has taught us a simple lesson that whenever the odds seems stronger and the obstacles appeared impossible to overcome, the resilience, determination, and collective strength of our people, led by the ANC, prevailed. Time and again, South Africans have demonstrated an extraordinary capacity to overcome adversity and achieve what may be believed impossible. Those who doubt today should remember that there was once a system that claimed it will rule forever. Some insisted apartheid will never be defeated. Yet the courage of our people, united in struggle and led by the ANC, proved them wrong. That same spirit of perseverance, innovation, and resolve continue to guide us today. Just as we overcame load shedding, we are confident that load reduction will become a thing of the past too. We have done difficult things before and will do so again. Honorable Chairperson, despite our confidence in the Minister and his team, this task cannot be accomplished by the government alone. Eliminating load reduction requires a partnership between Eskom, government, communities, and every South African who depends on a reliable supply of electricity. As a public representative, we have a responsibility to encourage affected communities to report illegal connection, protect electricity infrastructure, and register for legal electricity services. These are not merely administrative action, they are acts of active citizenship that contribute directly to the stability and sustainability of our electricity network. If we embrace this responsibility, we will not only assist Eskom in strengthening power system stability and reducing pressure on the grid, but also help secure a reliable electricity supply our economy needs to grow, create jobs, and improve the lives of our people. Honorable members, the ANC-led government is not short-sighted. Through the Energy Action Plan announced by President Cyril Ramaphosa, the government has demonstrated its ability to address immediate challenges while planning for the future. The interventions undertaken were never intended merely to end load shedding. They were designed to transform the country's energy landscape fundamentally and lay the foundation for long-term energy security, reliability, and availability. The government recognizes that resolving the electricity crisis requires more than temporary fixes. It demands structural reforms, investment in generation capacity, improve operational performance, expand transmission infrastructure, and the diversification of South Africa's energy mix. The success achieved in stabilizing the power system is therefore not an end in itself, but part of the broader vision. By implementing the Energy Action Plan, the government has used a moment of crisis as an opportunity to build a stronger, more resilient, and more sustainable energy sector capable of supporting economic growth, attracting investment, and improving the quality of life of all South Africans. This forward-looking approach reflects a government that understands that energy security is not only about keeping the lights on today, but also ensuring that future generations inherit an electricity system that is reliable, affordable, and capable of powering South Africa's development aspirations. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, National Council of Provinces plays a critical role in strengthening intergovernmental relations and ensuring effective cooperation between the three spheres of government. This constitutional responsibility must be brought to bear in addressing one of the most pressing challenges facing our electricity sector, the long-standing debt owed by the municipalities to Eskom. The reality is that municipal debt to Eskom has reached approximately 94.6 billion, posing a significant threat to the utility financial sustainability and long-term viability. This level of debt undermines Eskom ability to maintain infrastructure investment in future capacity and continues to provide reliable electricity to household, businesses, and industries across the country. As an institution mandated by the Constitution to promote cooperative governance and foster strong relations between national, provincial, and local government, the NCOP cannot remain a passive observer. We must actively facilitate engagement, oversight, and collaboration to ensure that sustainable solutions are found and implemented. We therefore have a responsibility to support and strengthen Eskom initiatives aimed at improving municipal payment compliance, addressing historical debt, and establishing workable repayment arrangements. Resolving these challenges requires commitment from all spheres of government, because financial sustainable Eskom is indispensable to South Africa's economic growth, energy security, and developmental objective. The success of our energy reforms will ultimately depend not only on the generating electricity, but also on ensuring that institutions responsible for providing it remains financially stable and capable to fulfill their mandate to the people of South Africa. Honorable Minister, you have committed to this winter being a warm one for the people of South Africa, and to the dark days of load shedding not returning during this winter month. We encourage you and your department to continue investing in prioritizing planned maintenance to further strengthen the performance and reliability of the power system, and to ensure that the energy availability factor rises above 66%. We are not merely hopeful that this objective will be achieved. We are convinced it will. The evidence from the past year has shown what focused leadership, sound planning, and determined implementation can achieve. While the doubting Thomases in the South will, true to their nature, continue to doubt and become the goalpost and move the goalposts, we choose to place our confidence in results rather than pessimism. As I conclude, Deputy Chairperson, South Africa have witnessed the progress achieved. They have seen commitment translated into action and promises into outcome. We are confident that the work underway will continue to strengthen energy security, support economic growth, and improve our people's lives. For these reasons, the African National Congress support budget vote 10 for the Department of Electricity and Energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sitole. We now go on to the next contributor to this debate, and that's the Honorable Pinar for 7 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, Minister Ramokgopa, Deputy Minister Graham Mare, my fellow members of Parliament, and most importantly, as always, citizens at home, good day, goeiedag, Tobela Limpopo. The budget before us for approval is a staggering 6.1 billion rand, and I'm pleased that the majority of it is directed towards grid infrastructure and pricing reform. Essential items neglected for far too long, Chairperson. For years, South Africa ignored the warning signs regarding grid capacity in the same way we ignored the warning signs before load shedding crippled our economy. The grid is the canary in the coal mine, Chairperson, and finally, this GNU government is giving it the attention it deserves. As the Democratic Alliance, we are particularly excited about the 14,000 kilometers of new transmission lines over the next 8 years, Minister. But what excites us even more is that the Minister is opening the door for private sector participation through the Independent Transmission Project Program. This is the correct approach, Minister, and you have our support. The state alone simply does not have the capital, technical capacity, or speed required to build the energy infrastructure South Africans desperately need. It is therefore encouraging to see signs that the Deputy Minister's free market thinking is finally beginning to rub off on the Minister. Chairperson, the Minister has outlined several priority areas, and the majority of them have our support. However, there is one issue that continues to be pushed despite the warning signs flashing red across the world, and that is green hydrogen. The rest of the world is scaling back investment because economics simply do not make sense. It is expensive to produce, expensive and difficult to transport, and perhaps most importantly, there is currently no reliable large-scale market demand. We would encourage the Minister to think hard going forward in the next few months regarding investing billions of taxpayers' money in this venture. South Africa's immediate energy priority should be practical and achievable. Grid expansion, energy security, reliable generation capacity, and attracting private sector investment into proven technologies such as gas, solar, wind, coal, and transmission infrastructure. Chairperson, unfortunately, it is not all good news in the department. Municipal debt remains a crisis the Minister has still not managed to resolve, and this will undoubtedly determine whether his term is a success. We note the background agreement reached with the outgoing mayor of Johannesburg regarding the repayment of the approximately 5.2 billion owed to Eskom. What a staggering figure one municipality still owes to Eskom. But Chairperson, this is not the first repayment agreement, and under the ANC leadership, the city has repeatedly defaulted on their payment arrangement plans in the past. The reality is that Eskom is now owed over 110 billion rand nationally by municipalities, with some estimates warning the figure could eventually rise far higher if nothing changes. That debt threatens Eskom's financial stability, future infrastructure investment, and ultimately the stability of the entire electricity sector. For too long, failed municipalities have been allowed to dig deeper into debt without any consequences. Residents continue paying for electricity, but the money often never reaches Eskom. Once again, it is the taxpayer who will ultimately carry the burden of government's failure to enforce accountability. Chairperson, consequence management cannot only apply to ordinary South Africans, whose electricity is quickly cut off when they fail to pay. It must also apply to municipalities and politicians who recklessly mismanage public finances. In closing, Chairperson, we acknowledge the progress that has been made, Honourable Modise and Minister, within the department, especially with regards to IPP registrations, grid access reform, arrests linked to corruption at Eskom, and the significant reduction in load shedding. And trust that the Minister will push hard in the coming months to ensure the unbundling of Eskom as well. South Africans are finally beginning to see what is possible when ideology slowly starts fading away to practicality. Now, Chairperson, if we can just get rid of that pesky load reduction, then ordinary South Africans might finally begin to feel the benefits of an energy sector moving in the right direction. Phambili GNU, phambili. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pienaar. And the next contributor to this debate, who is on the virtual platform, the MEC from Eastern Cape, MEC for Rural Development and Agrarian Reform, Honorable Kotiswe, for 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair.
Honorable
trying to
MEC,
link my face.
can you put your camera on, please, at least for a few seconds?
Yes, my camera is on. I don't know what's happening now. Why is it dark?
There's something that's blocking your
Yes,
camera partially. We can see half of your face.
but you see me now. Good afternoon,
That's
Honorable.
perfect. Thank you. You may continue for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just a small correction on a lighter note. Our department has changed from rural development to be a Department of Agriculture, just agriculture. Thank you so much. Greetings to you, Honorable Chairperson, the Minister of Electricity and Energy, the Deputy Minister, honorable members of the NCOP, special delegates, and distinguished guests. The Eastern Cape Provincial Government rises to support the budget of Vote 10 and the strategic priorities of the Department of Electricity and Energy. And we do so at a pivotal moment in South Africa's democratic journey. For more than a decade, the energy conversation in our country has been dominated by the crisis management. The devastating effects of load shedding, constrained economic growth, undermined investor confidence, weakened public service, and imposed severe hardships on households and business alike. Today, however, South Africa stands at the beginning of a new chapter. The focus of our national energy agenda is gradually shifting from managing electricity shortages towards building a competitive, diversified, sustainable, and resilient energy market capable of empowering inclusive growth and industrial development. The Eastern Cape welcomes this strategic shift, and we support the department's commitment to implementing the Electricity Regulation Amendment Act and the reforms that seek to modernize South Africa's electricity market through greater competition, open access to grid, and expanded participation by independent power producers. These reforms represent an important milestone in the evolution of South Africa's energy sector. The introduction of a more competitive electricity market has the potential to attract investment, stimulate innovation, improve efficiency, and ultimately contribute to greater energy security of our country. Honorable Chairperson, while energy security remains a national priority, the Eastern Cape believes that affordability must become an equally important pillar of South Africa's electricity future. The reality facing millions of South Africans is that access to electricity means very little if households, municipalities, and business cannot afford it. Across the country, rising electricity tariffs continue to place enormous pressure on working class families, pensioners, small businesses, and local governments already struggling with increasing costs. For many municipalities, escalating bulk electricity purchases are eroding financial sustainability and compromising their ability to provide quality services to communities. As government pursues energy markets reform, affordability must remain at the center of the policy development. Energy, security, and social justice must advance together. Honorable Chairperson, the Eastern Cape firmly believes that energy infrastructure is economic infrastructure and that no economy can grow without reliable electricity. The stated provincial government objective of pursuing the further industrialization of the Eastern Cape, particularly in the underdeveloped part of the Eastern Cape, and its program of action in this regard cannot succeed without adequate generation capacity. The national grid is the circulatory system of our economy. Without adequate transmission infrastructure, even the most ambitious renewable energy, gas, or industrial projects cannot realize their full potential. The Eastern Cape therefore strongly supports the efforts to accelerate transmission expansion and grid strengthening programs. These investments are essential if South Africa is to unlock the next wave of energy investments and successfully integrate renewable energy projects. Recent developments demonstrated the growing confidence of investors in the province's energy future. The inauguration of the Envusa Energy Korosam 2 renewable energy cluster, representing 15 billion investment across the province and the northern provinces, stand as a powerful example of what can be achieved when policy certainty, investor confidence, and infrastructure planning converge. The project delivers 520 megawatts of the renewable energy generation capacity through a combination of solar and wind technologies, while creating employment opportunities and stimulating local economic development. Honorable Chairperson, the province of the Eastern Cape continues to advance an ambitious infrastructure-led development program focused on roads, bulk water infrastructure, and electricity reticulation expansion. These investments are intended not only to improve service delivery, but to unlock economic growth opportunities and attract investment into key sectors of our provincial economy. Central to this vision is the development of the Eastern Cape Seaport Economic Corridor. This corridor is being positioned as an integrated logistics, industrial energy corridor linking ports, manufacturing zones, renewable energy projects, export markets, and strategic infrastructure assets. We believe this initiative has the potential to transform the economic landscape of the Eastern Cape, while at the same time contributing significantly to national growth objectives. Honorable Chair, as South Africa develops its future integrated resource plan and prepares for the implementation of the forthcoming gas bill, the Eastern Cape urges government to adopt a balanced and diversified energy mix. There is no single solution to South Africa's energy needs. Our future energy security will depend upon a combination of renewable energy, natural gas, nuclear power, energy storage technologies, and continued investment in transmission infrastructure. It would strengthen the South Africa's base load generation capacity while supporting efforts to stabilize electricity prices and facilitate the reindustrialization of the Eastern Cape economy. Honorable Chairperson, the province further believes that transition to a modern electricity market must be accompanied by a deliberate program of economic transformation. The opportunities emerging within the energy sector must benefit all South Africans. The SMMEs, women-owned enterprises, youth-owned businesses, township entrepreneurs, and rural communities must be integrated into energy value chains. Localizations, skills development, and supply development must remain central to our energy transition agenda. The expansion of renewable energy, transmission infrastructure, and future energy projects must become vehicle for broad-based economic empowerment and inclusive growth. The Eastern Cape supports the Budget Vote 10 because it provides the framework necessary to advance these objectives. We support efforts to modernize the electricity market, including new investments in transmission infrastructure. We support policies that encourage competition and investment, as well as measures that promote affordable electricity. We also support a diversified energy future that strengthens South Africa's energy security while driving economic growth and industrial development. The Eastern Cape stands ready to work with national government, ESCOM, municipalities, investors, organized labor communities to build an energy sector that is reliable, affordable, sustainable, and inclusive. Together, we can power South Africa's growth, strengthen our economy, and create a better future for all. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, for your inputs. Now we move on to the Deputy Minister of Electricity and Energy, Honorable Graham Murray, for 15 minutes.
Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Minister of Electricity and Energy, Professor Ramokgopa, Minister of Mineral and Petroleum Resources, Minister Mantashe, who's left again, colleagues and fellow South Africans. Energy policy only matters if it improves the daily lives of South Africans. Oh, sorry, and Deputy Minister of Mineral and Petroleum Resources, lovely to see you. Energy policy only matters if it improves the daily lives of South Africans. It matters to the family trying to keep the lights on at the end of the month. It matters to the municipality struggling to maintain aging infrastructure. It matters to the small business owner trying to keep staff employed while dealing with rising operating costs and unreliable systems. And that is why this budget vote cannot simply be about programs, plans, or technical language. It must be about whether the work we are doing translates into practical improvements that people get to experience. Honourable members, one of the greatest challenges facing our energy sector has been fragmentation. Too often, institutions operate in silos. Municipalities, Eskom, communities, businesses, agriculture, and government structures engage one another only once problems have already escalated. Part of our responsibility, therefore, is not only to implement policy, but also to improve coordination, accountability, and responsiveness across the system. And it is for this reason that we have initiated the piloting of district energy councils in 4 districts. These councils bring together municipalities, Eskom, business, agriculture, ratepayer organizations, and other stakeholders into structured platforms focused on coordination, problem solving, and energy planning at district level. Importantly, they are designed to ensure that energy matters are integrated into local planning processes and that stakeholders have direct access to decision makers when challenges arise. This may sound simple, but practical coordination and partnerships matter. We also need meaningful partnerships at a local level. Government cannot continue to function in isolation from our communities. Functional government is built through institutions that are responsive, collaborative, and solutions-driven. Honourable members, the NCOP understands better than most that national policy succeeds or fails at local level. The reality is that communities do not experience government in departmental silos. They experience government through whether the streetlights work, whether the water treatment plant is operational, whether the local clinic has reliable electricity, and whether businesses can operate with confidence. And that is why strengthening cooperative governance remains so important. District energy councils are not intended to create another layer of bureaucracy. They're intended to create a practical forum where challenges can be identified early, information can be shared openly, and solutions can be implemented collaboratively. The success of our energy reforms will depend not only on national policy, but on the strength of the partnerships we build with municipalities, provinces, business, organized agriculture, and communities themselves. Honourable members, if we are serious about long-term energy reform, then we must also confront the realities facing municipal electricity systems across South Africa. Many municipalities are under severe financial and infrastructure pressure. Aging networks, maintenance backlogs, technical and non-technical losses, revenue collection challenges, and infrastructure theft continue to place strain on local electricity distribution systems. Communities experience these failures directly, and that is why work around municipal revenue protection and sustainability remains so important. Energy reform cannot succeed if local distribution systems continue to weaken. Rising municipal debt to Eskom poses a serious risk to the unbundling of Eskom and the establishment of a competitive energy market. We must support municipalities to improve governance, strengthen operational capability, modernize systems, and build financially sustainable electricity functions that can support both economic activity and reliable service delivery. Deputy Chair, as government, we also recognize, new chairperson. As government, we also recognize that the energy transition must improve quality of life, not only infrastructure statistics. This includes the work being done through the Energy Efficiency and Demand-Side Management Program, which continues to support municipalities in reducing electricity consumption, improving efficiency, and modernizing public infrastructure. During the 2025-26 financial year, 58 municipalities participated in the Municipal EEDSM program, supported through grant allocations aimed at accelerating the adoption of energy-efficient technologies and demand management measures. Not the sexiest conversation, but really, really important. In the coming financial year, this support will expand to 61 municipalities. These interventions include the retrofitting of public lighting, municipal buildings, and water infrastructure with more energy-efficient technologies, alongside the development of municipal energy management systems and technical support programs. Importantly, we are also introducing innovative financing approaches through the Energy Savings Performance Contracting model. This model allows municipalities to leverage private sector investment to implement energy efficiency projects while reducing long-term operational costs. Through a blended finance approach, current program allocations are expected to unlock additional private investment into municipal energy infrastructure and efficiency improvements. This is not only about reducing pressure on the grid. It is also about improving municipal sustainability, supporting localization and technology transfer, creating jobs, and ensuring that municipalities are better equipped to deliver reliable services to communities. It also includes our growing focus on clean cooking solutions. For millions of people across the African continent, clean cooking is not an abstract policy discussion. It is linked directly to health, safety, affordability, environmental sustainability, and dignity, particularly for women and children. As part of South Africa's broader energy access and developmental agenda, we continue to support conversations and partnerships that advance cleaner, safer, and more sustainable household energy solutions. Honourable members, energy access remains one of the most important developmental challenges facing our country. While significant progress has been made over the last 3 decades, many households, particularly in rural communities, continue to face energy poverty and difficult energy choices. For these communities, energy is not simply about convenience. It is about education, health, safety, economic participation, and dignity. And this is why the department continues to support programs that improve energy access, promote energy efficiency, and encourage the adoption of cleaner technologies at household and community level. The transition to a more sustainable energy future must be inclusive. It must reach beyond our cities and industrial centres and create opportunities in small towns, rural districts, and underserved communities. As policymakers, we must ensure that no community is left behind as South Africa's energy system evolves. Honourable members, one of the most important developments in our sector has been the advancement of the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan, or SARM. SARM is not simply an energy document. It is an industrialisation framework. It recognises that South Africa cannot remain only a consumer of renewable energy technologies. We must increasingly become a manufacturer, supplier, and participant in the value chains that will shape the future global economy. This is about energy security. It is about industrial capacity. It is about jobs. Work undertaken together with industry stakeholders has identified approximately 4,000 renewable energy-related components with local manufacturing potential that are price competitive. Industry estimates place this potential market at around 60 billion rand and targeting 20,000 jobs across upstream and downstream value chains. We've also been engaging constructively with institutions such as ITAC, National Treasury, SARS, and organised industry associations on matters relating to localisation and the alignment of trade and industrial policy mechanisms with SARM's objectives. Localisation isn't built through artificial barriers. It is built through pragmatic collaboration that focuses on a level playing field and collaboration to identify bankable opportunities. Our objective must therefore be clear. Energy policy, industrial policy, and trade policy must work together to support local manufacturing growth, investment certainty, and expanded participation in the renewable energy economy. Mr. Chair, the transition underway in the energy sector must also create meaningful opportunities for young South Africans, and that is why programs such as Youth in Energy and Women in Energy remain important components of the department's work. Through partnerships with entities such as the NYDA and NERSA, 124 young South Africans are being placed into municipalities and energy-related work streams to support electricity governance, regulatory compliance, technical administration, and workplace experience development. This work matters because infrastructure alone does not build a capable energy sector. People do. We need artisans, technicians, engineers, project managers, data specialists, and entrepreneurs who can participate meaningfully in the evolving energy economy. And that is why partnerships with institutions such as EWCETA, TVET colleges, industry stakeholders, and initiatives linked to Power Up and SARAM remain so important. In provinces such as the Northern Cape, we are already seeing how renewable energy investment is beginning to reshape local economic opportunities and create demand for new technical skills and industrial capability. Honourable members, part of my delegated responsibility also includes oversight of entities and programs within the department's portfolio. This responsibility must always be exercised with seriousness, accountability, and a commitment to good governance. Strong institutions remain essential to energy security, investment confidence, public trust, and long-term sector stability. Mr. Chair, South Africans expect institutions that work. They expect infrastructure that functions. They expect practical delivery, capable governance, and opportunities that reach communities. This budget vote supports work aimed at building a more coordinated, more resilient, and more inclusive energy sector. The work ahead remains difficult, and there are no shortcuts. But through practical reform, stronger coordination, localization, skills development, and sustained investment in institutional capability, we are laying the foundation for an energy system that supports growth, creates opportunity, and improves lives. Thank you for the opportunity of presenting to you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Good afternoon, honourable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Special welcome to our visitors in the gallery, especially the wife of the Honourable Brits, Mrs. Brits, most welcome to the chamber. Honourable delegates, we continue with the debate. We're going back online now. The next speaker represents the Umkhonto weSizwe Party. It's the Honourable Mngadi, who has 8 minutes. Honourable Mngadi.
Honourable Chairperson, greetings to honourable members in the House, ministers and deputy ministers, special delegates, people of South Africa, I greet you all. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, I rise on behalf of millions of South Africans sitting in the dark to reject this capitalist budget vote. This House is asked to approve a budget of 134.7 billion for electricity and energy. To do what, Honourable Minister? To fund the same entity that gave us 332 days of load shedding in 2023 and 48 days in 2025. Umkhonto weSizwe Party rejects this budget on the following grounds. It rewards failure. Eskom debt stands at 400 billion. Municipalities owe Eskom 82 billion, up 15% year on year. Yet this budget gives another 23 billion to bail out Eskom debt with no criminal charges, gives another 23 billion bail with no criminal charges for billions that were claimed to have been lost to the so-called orchestrated state capture. Honourable Chairperson, the minister cannot keep on writing blank checks. This budget has 45 billion for new lands, but Eskom must borrow it. You are bankrupting the utility to save face. It punishes the poor while you ask for billions. You approve a 20.7% NERSA tariff hike for 2026. The 50 kilowatts free basic electricity has not increased since 2003. That runs a fridge for 5 days. After that, the poorest pay the highest per unit that causes punitive prepaid raise. Do you call that a pro-poor in your lifetime? Honourable Chairperson, the budget is a contract. This department, through Minister, broke the contract with the people and electoral's daylight. Umkhonto weSizwe Party cannot renew it as it continues to deepen scars of the working class and the poor, not forgetting the marginalized. You boost off 91% excess Honorable Chairperson, access without reliability is not access. 47% of substations in KwaZulu-Natal are vandalized or overloaded. When a transformer blows, it takes 8 months to be replaced. The current situation where 2 children, which has got 2 months and the other one at 2 years, died in a house 3 weeks ago in Northwest due to fire that was caused by a candle while the mother was outside is a classical example of the budget, which is not pro-poor but pro-capitalist. The entire family were unemployed, and Swang local municipalities is expecting the family to buy a box consist of 10,000 rand from that poor family. Where do you expect them to get that said amount? If this budget was pro-poor, we could not have lost 2 lives in that municipalities. The blood of those children is in this budget, Honorable Chairperson. Almost 300 South Africans die every year from illegal connections. On top of that, you approved a 12.75 NERSA tariff hike for 2026. Free basic electricity is still 50 kilowatts. That remains unchanged since 2003. After that, the poor pay the most. Do you call this a revolutionary? Do you call this a revolutionary budget? No, not at all. I think you need to think twice. The unjust transition that you are busy with, without thinking clearly, for instance, you closed the Komati, you promised 85,000 green jobs in Mpumalanga and delivered a mushroom farm. Where are those 85,000 green jobs? Communities are darker and poorer as we speak, Honorable Chairperson. Generally, this budget fails the rural South Africans. In this regard, Honorable Chairperson, this budget is built on deceit or deception. You tell the House and the nation that load shedding has reduced. Yes, Honorable Chairperson, it is reduced because you spent 78 billion in diesel in 24 months, 3.2 billion in every single month to run open cycle gas turbines. You did not fix the coal. You did not fix the maintenance. You put the country on a credit card to avoid riots before 2026 local government elections. Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Minister will say we have connected 91% household. The Mazobuo judgment said the state must take reasonable measures. It is reasonable measures that Soweto has power 18 hours a day while ministers have solar and generators. Is it reasonable that FPE has no increased since 2003 while tariffs rose 450%. Section 77 of the Constitution gives the House the power over money. Power is the responsibilities and accountability. The IRP 2023 is already absolute. We need 6,000 megawatts new capacity yearly to end load shedding. This budget delivers 1,500. At this stage, stage 2 will be with us until 2032. If we as Umkhonto weSizwe Party pass this vote, we tell South Africa, suffer in silence. We will not do that. We reject this budget in totality or contempt it deserved. We demand a new one with arrest, not bailouts, with delivery.
Point of order, Honorable Chair.
The people have voted in the dark for 32 years. Today we vote.
If I can ask you to pause for a moment as a point of order in the House. On what are you rising, Honorable Badenhorst?
Chair, I'll rise on Rule 61B.
Yes, please go ahead.
Chair, I was just wondering if there's anything in your power you can do to stop us from having to listen to this drivel of this member, please.
I don't think that's a point of order, Honourable Badenhorst. Honourable Ngari, please continue with your debate. Honourable Ngari, you have about 25 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The people have counted in dark for 32 years. Today, as Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, we vote no.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ngadi, for your speech today. And let's move on to the next debater back in the chamber. On behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters, it's the turn of the Honourable Kennedy for 14 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Greetings to the honorable members in the House, to the ministers and deputy ministers, fellow South Africans. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the NCOP, the Economic Freedom Fighters strongly opposes this budget. This budget is less concerned about its impact on the poor and working class, as well as its potential negative consequences to the businesses. We reject this budget, which acts primarily as a catalytic lever policy and oversight rather than holding the full cost of infrastructures. This proposed budget for this department must be fundamentally rejected because it undermines state-led energy security and further accelerates the fracturing of Eskom and prioritizes private capital over the socio-economic rights of the South African majority. Rather than deploying public funds to restore and modernize the national utilities generation capacity, this budgetary framework functions as a financial mechanism to transition the country toward a market-driven energy sector. This budget falls short by lacking direct funding for large-scale grid expansion, measures to address tariff affordability, and decisive support for rapid, just energy transition. It fails to adequately accelerate the transmission grid expansion needed to efficiently connect new renewable energy sources. It again fails to strategize and develop mechanisms to remedy the unsustainable tariff hikes which hit hard households and small businesses heavily. We all complain about electricity being expensive. This framework lacks decisive mechanism to make electricity affordable for working class and indigenous households, despite improvements in power supply. The budget lacks concrete strategies to cap bloated Eskom asset valuation used in tariff calculations. Honorable Chair, the allocation lacks tangible targets for inclusive climate finance, green hydrogen development, and accelerated climate adaptation. there is no robust, actionable strategies in it to resolve the systematic financial instability, non-payment, and crumbling local infrastructure of many, many municipalities. Rural municipalities will be severely affected by this inadequate budget, as they now faced with an average bulk price increase of roughly 9% from Eskom, which they must pass on to households. This will give birth to non-payment, illegal connections, and severe distribution losses, draining local cash flows and exacerbating municipal overdraft. Budget constraints and the measure of electrification grants will severely limit rural network expansion, meaning remote and indigent households will experience prolonged delays in grid connections and face slow implementation of local smart metering initiatives. The budget doesn't present an aggressive, workable enforcement strategy to cap the billions owed by municipality to Eskom, nor does it detail how to prevent rolling local power cuts in failing municipalities. Honorable Chair, as the economic freedom fighters, we have long warned that this government has no real intention of resolving the electricity crisis. Instead, it is clear that they are paving the way for the eventual privatization of the electricity sector, ensuring that South Africans will never have peace when it comes to energy security. The EFF views this budget as weak, ineffective, and inadequate, blind to the future, as it undermines long-term energy sovereignty. And so the EFF explicitly reject this budget that reflects fragmentation, policy uncertainty, and continuous delays in implementation across the energy sector. It hasn't that sufficient enforcement mechanism to stop the accumulation of the municipal debts, whilst programs like smart metering have been proposed, there are ongoing delays in execution. The current fiscal plan is in short of specific climate finance targets, and that creates implementation risks around the speed and inclusivity of the country's transition to low carbon development. The EFF vehemently condemned the National Energy Regulator of South Africa for approving revenue adjustment that effectively resulted in massive tariff hikes, pushing increases to 8% for the 2026-27 financial year. We warn that South Africans are being charged twice. First, as taxpayers, secondly, as consumers, to clean up the incompetence of state institutions. And the profitability achieved through this higher tariff imposed on vulnerable citizens is pure exploitation. We are also of the view that the phenomenon of unbundling and restructuring Eskom is a disguise to break the power utility into smaller lucrative entities, allowing the government to hand over strategic state assets to profit-driven private players. By fragmentation of the grid and bringing in the independent power producers, we believe that the country's energy security is becoming subject to volatile whims of private and foreign interest. The massive flow in the current energy strategy is ignoring local revenue losses. Municipalities continue to lose over 27% of their electricity due to non-technical failures like illegal connections, faulty buildings, and energy theft. This budget lacks strict enforcement mechanism and immediate funding for smart metering to reclaim these lost revenues. This is clear that this budget has no vision to stop the continuation failures of electrical crisis for the future. This current inefficient budget will impact negatively on many municipalities. For an example, I'll give examples of Limpopo municipalities where I come from. Makhado local municipality is struggling with unfunded budget and low compliance, rendering it vulnerable to financial collapse and unable to maintain local grid networks. Fetakhomo Tubazi municipality, for an example, lacks sufficient municipal revenue base, forcing deep cuts in service delivery and crippling local electrification programs. On the other side, Mogalakwena local municipality, having vast rural jurisdiction with over 200 villages, it exhausts its national energy grants rapidly, severely limiting its ability to handle further budget pressure or expand their grid. Furthermore, to conclude on the municipality of Limpopo, we've got Mudimule Mokopong and Tabazimbi municipality, which are heavily indebted to ESCOM and at risk of removal from national debt programs, exposing them to potential power cuts. This reflects the dire strain which can collapse these municipalities because of budget constraints. Such a municipality in rural Limpopo and in other provinces face severe strain from this budget, driven by NESA-approved 9% bulk electricity hike. These distressed entities struggle with crumbling infrastructure, poor revenue collection, and massive debt, which ultimately deepens poverty and causes widespread service delivery failures. With budgets diverted towards settling ESCOM debts, little to no money remains for maintaining transformers, repairing substations, or upgrading rural networks, resulting in persistent rolling blackouts independent of national schedules. A progressive and truly transformative energy budget would focus exclusively on recapitalizing ESCOM, expanding public-owned renewable energy infrastructure, and ensuring a just transition that protects workers and provides free basic electricity to the impoverished household. Because this budget chooses, instead of subsidize the entry of private capital into a vital monopoly sector, it must be unequivocally rejected in its entirety. The EFF view this budget as a failure to protect state capacity, fight rising tariffs, and achieve long-term energy. Thus, that is why we reject it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kennedy. Honourable delegates, we will now receive inputs from the Limpopo province. They'll be delivered by the MEC of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism. It's the Honourable Matibe, who has 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, the Honorable Minister of Electricity and Energy, Dr. Ramkhupa, Deputy Minister the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Kenny Muimang, honorable members, members in the virtual platform like myself, fellow South Africans, the Masiari. As I begin my contribution to this debate, I would like to reflect on the wise words of former President Nelson Mandela, who on this day in 1995 in Qunu said, open quote, "The vision of a new society that guides us should already be manifest in the steps we take to address the wrongs done to our youth and to prepare for their future." As we commemorate Youth Month, these words remind us that building a prosperous future for our young people necessitates investing in the founding mechanisms of economic growth. Amongst the most crucial of these foundations is reliable, affordable, and sustainable supply of electricity. Electricity is a key enabler of industrialization, economic expansion, job creation. Its availability directly influences the pace of growth, investor confidence, and the competitiveness of our economy. Under the leadership of the Minister of Electricity and Energy, Dr. Kosienzo Ramkhupa, and the African National Congress-led government, South Africa has successfully broken the cycle of persistent load shedding. This achievement has reignited the confidence in our economy, strengthened South Africa's attractiveness as an investment destination. Energy security remains essential as we pursue industrialization, expand manufacturing capacity, and advance mineral beneficiation. The global community is just over 48 hours away from observing the World Environment Day under the theme Inspired by Nature for Climate and for Our Future. This theme resonates strongly with Limpopo's development trajectory. The implementation of Limpopo's industrialization agenda is firmly anchored in our sustainable development through our renewable energy strategy and investment promotion program. The province has attracted more than 150 billion in renewable energy investment over the past 5 years. As we cast our eyes into securing a prosperous future for our youth, we do so understanding that these investments are central in our mission of developing over 1,500 megawatts of new renewable energy by 2030. To accelerate the implementation of this program, we have convened as the province a seminar aimed at addressing regulatory bottlenecks and unlocking investment opportunities. We are encouraged by significant progress achieved in this regard. Honorable members, powering smart villages, the launch of Madimbo and Mavete solar plant by the Department of Electricity and Energy and ESCOM demonstrate the government's commitment to ensuring that rural communities and their youth are not left behind in the energy transition. This multi-million rand smart village microgrid pilot initiative located in the rural areas outside Musina is providing access to electricity to communities beyond the reach of the conventional national grid. We welcome more initiatives of this nature, Honorable Minister, as they have a potential to transform rural livelihoods, stimulate local economic activity, and improve the quality of life. Limpopo, with its 2 economic zones, are strategically located, positioned to serve as a catalyst for country's energy transition and industrialization agenda. The recently designated Fitahomutu as a special economic zone has been earmarked as a hub for green hydrogen development. In partnership with Valterra and Mintech, the zone will explore green hydrogen technologies as drivers of green industrialization and sustainable manufacturing. And we implore the minister to support this initiative as it will be assisting us in achieving energy sustainability. Similarly, the Musina Makado Special Economic Zone has been designated to host the renewable energy generation and particularly solar energy projects. Limpopo welcomes the collaboration between ourselves and the Department of Electricity and Energy to ensure that renewable energy independent power producer procurement program also provided in Musina. And we must indicate, Honorable Minister, land is already available. 1,000 hectares is available for us to work on this initiative. Limpopo remains committed to working closely with ESCOM, the Department of Electricity and Energy, and municipalities. I had someone wanting to be the spokesperson of the municipalities in Limpopo. I know that the Makado municipality does not have a challenge of unfunded budget as projected here by some people who are claiming to be spokesperson of that municipality. The private sector partners to advance energy security, accelerate industrialization, and build a resilient, low-carbon economy that creates jobs, opportunities for our people. And working together with the department, we are powering not only the homes and industries, but the future of South Africa and Limpopo in particular. As the province of Limpopo, we support the budget vote 10 of the Department of Electricity and Energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC Matibe. Honourable delegates, back in the chamber now, the Freedom Front Plus is represented by the Honourable H.J. van der Berg.
Honourable Chairperson, Ministers, Honourable Members and South Africans, the Freedom Front Plus enters this debate as a partner in the Government of National Unity. We take that responsibility very serious, but it also means we must be honest about the red lights in this department. Support does not mean silence. Let me start with the basics. The price of a delivered electron. That's the only thing that matters to our people and our economy. This budget must be judged on whether it makes that electron cheaper, more reliable, less politicized, and therefore delivered where needed, when needed. First, let's follow the money. Of the 6 billion rand budget, 66% goes to Program 3, energy programs and projects. This is mostly money for the Integrated National Electrification Project and the transfers to municipalities and ESCOM. Yet, we still face a 75 billion rand electrification backlog with 1.6 million households waiting. This means an annual allocation of only 4 billion is not enough, while applications run at 30 to 50 billion rand. What are we spending the least on? Program 2, Energy Planning and Policy Development, only 1.1% of the budget. Failing to plan is planning to fail. In the Select Committee, we asked some direct questions like, where do we stand on the unbundling of ESCOM? Will it happen or not? And is it still the best solution? The DM says it is legislation passed by Parliament, but Parliament and the public deserve clarity on where we are. If the entities remain 100% state-owned with the same performance culture, we must ask if this is reform or just reorganization. Question: what is a lasting solution to local government debt, now at 111 billion rand? The DM admits debt relief and incentives are not working because the underlying cause is not being addressed, namely Treasury underfunding for local government, poor payment of municipal accounts, and maladministration of funds received. This means consumer money paid for Eskom bills is diverted into municipal overheads, mostly salaries. The GNU must deliver a national policy with teeth, not just pilot projects. Question: where do we stand on fruitless and wasteful expenditure? The National Solar Water Heater Program remains the single largest source of wasteful expenditure in the energy portfolio. The department continues to pay millions in storage fees for approximately 11,000 uninstalled solar water geyser units, sitting in warehouses and not aging well, unlike good wine. The aim of the project was to lighten pressure on electricity use in peak periods. We have to ask, why are we paying rent to store geysers that could be on roofs? Why not make the units available to high consumption users who create these peaks now? Taxpayers pay storage for aging units. We needed clarity regarding NERSA's role. NERSA is meant to assist and ensure municipal cost of supply studies to justify tariffs. Yet, municipalities cannot perform these calculations. From an oversight role, the GNU must demand constant focus here. A regulator separated from reality cannot regulate municipal tariffs. Honourable Chair, our position is this. Support comes with conditions. We ask that you table a cost-benefit analysis on unbundling, enforce ring-fenced Eskom accounts for DORA grants, end wasteful warehouse rentals for solar geyser units, and hold NERSA accountable for cost of supply studies. The Freedom Front Plus will support Budget Vote 10. We do so from inside the room, driving reform, demanding accountability, and by so doing, ensuring the price of a delivered electron does come down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable van der Berg. Honourable delegates, it's now the turn of the Democratic Alliance to take the podium once again. It's the Honourable Kingsol Chabalala, MPL from Gauteng Province, and my neighbour. Honourable Chabalala.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members and fellow South Africans, Dumelang. Today I rise to speak on the electricity crisis in Emfuleni local municipality, a crisis that has become a symbol of governance, collapse, infrastructure decay, and the betrayal of the people of Emfuleni. For years, the residents of Vereeniging, Vanderbijl Park, Sebokeng, Everton, Sharpeville, Boipatong, and surrounding communities have endured rolling outages, failing substation, exploding transformers, illegal connections, and prolonged blackouts. Honorable Minister, businesses are collapsing, food is rotting in fridges, children are starving by candlelight, and communities are protesting because they've been abandoned by the municipality entrusted with serving them. The ANC-led administration cannot continue to treat Emfuleni as another just struggling municipality. Emfuleni has become a warning sign of what happens when corruption, financial mismanagement, political infighting, lack of accountability are allowed to thrive unchecked. The Gauteng Premier himself has confirmed that nothing else they can do for Emfuleni. Entire communities have gone without electricity for days, even weeks at a time. Residents in Leeuhof protested after suffering a week-long outage, with some families forced to throw away food and children going to school without bathing. And the crisis is not new. In Everton, Honorable Minister, some households have lived without electricity for nearly a decade because transformers were never repaired or replaced, despite repeated promises from government. Honorable members, electricity is not a luxury. Electricity is dignity. Electricity is an economic activity. Electricity is safety. Electricity is healthcare. Electricity is education. When the lights go off in Emfuleni, small businesses lose income, clinic struggles to function, students cannot study, and vulnerable residents become exposed to crime and danger. The people of Emfuleni are not asking for miracles, they are asking for a municipality that works. National government has failed to intervene decisively. Provincial government has failed to intervene effectively. The warning signs have been there for years. Petitions have been submitted, communities have protested, public hearings have been held, oversight engagements have taken place. Residents, civic organizations, businesses, and affected communities have repeatedly laid bare the devastating impact of electricity failures in Emfuleni and the impact of this it has on the people's livelihoods. Yet, despite extensive public participation, despite hearings with affected residents, despite findings and recommendations emerging from these processes, implementation has either been delayed, ignored, or simply abandoned. Millions upon millions of rands have been wasted while services continue to collapse. Emfuleni spent close to 700 million over the last 6 years on overtime, while residents still sit in the darkness. How can a municipality spend such enormous amount on overtime while substations fail, transformers burn, and response teams are nowhere to be found? Honorable House Chair, this crisis is rooted in years of financial collapse. Emfuleni's debt to Eskom has spiraled into billions. Infrastructure maintenance has been neglected. Illegal connections continue to overload the system. Aging networks are failing under pressure. Residents are now being told to switch off kettles, geysers, basic household appliances because substations cannot cope with the demand. Imagine that in 2026 in Gauteng, the economic heartland of South Africa, residents are effectively being told not to use electricity because the system cannot handle ordinary daily life. Honorable Minister, this is not a governance, that is a failure. The treasuries that the suffering residents have become normalized communities, have normalized community protest. Petitions are submitted, communities conduct oversights, promises are made, and then silence, nothing changes. Today, we must demand an urgent intervention. Firstly, there must be a full forensic investigation into the electricity infrastructure spending, maintenance of contracts, overtime expenditure, procurement processes in Emfuleni. Secondly, the municipality must present a credible electricity recovery plan, measurable deadlines, transformer replacements, substations upgrades, maintenance schedules, and illegal connections. Fourthly, officials responsible for negligence, corruption, or maladministration must face the music, and criminal charges, when necessary, must be laid. And finally, we must remember that behind every statistics is a family, a grandmother sitting in the dark, a child unable to study, a small business owner losing income, a clinic struggling to keep medicine refrigerated, a resident who pays rates and taxes but receives no reliable services in return. Honorable members, the people of Emfuleni deserve better. They deserve dignity. And most importantly, they deserve a government that listens before the communities are forced to bend tires to be heard. Let us not wait for the total collapse before we act. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Jabalala. Honourable delegates, we now continue with the Western Cape, and the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development and Planning is the Honourable Dave Bryant. Honourable Bryant, you have 10 minutes.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Ministers, Deputy Ministers and all Honourable Members. The Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape rises today to address Vote 10, Electricity and Energy, with a view to hold the leadership, both political and administrative, to the highest possible standard. Because in this portfolio, mismanagement can have dire consequences. Our focus remains on three key issues: energy security, sustainability, and affordable access. But the difference between a budget that works and a budget that fails lies in the transparency of oversight and the willingness to hold the implementers accountable. While we scrutinize national expenditure, we must also point to what works. And the DA-led Western Cape government has been working hard to build resilience where it matters most. Take the Hesekwa Energy Resilience Project, now approximately 98% complete and on track for finalization by the 24th of September this year. This flagship project centers on a solar photovoltaic generation plant integrated with the battery energy storage system. And together, these systems will generate between 15 and 19 gigawatt hours of electricity annually, covering approximately 15% to 20% of Hesekwa's total electricity demand. The total project cost amounts to 231 million, with the Western Cape government contributing 173 million over the medium-term expenditure framework, and Hesekwa municipality contributing 58 million. Importantly, the battery storage system will allow the municipality to store energy during off-peak periods and deploy it during peak demand when Eskom tariffs are highest. This smart energy management approach will not only reduce reliance on Eskom, but also lower electricity costs for residents and improve overall grid stability. In addition, it'll help shield the municipality from the worst impacts of potential load shedding in the future. The project is also expected to create approximately 150 temporary construction jobs and 20 permanent operational jobs, providing a boost to the local economy. By generating clean energy locally and reducing dependence on Eskom, Hesekwa is positioning itself as an attractive destination for investment, while contributing to South Africa's broader energy transition and decarbonisation goals. Reliable energy supply will also support critical services such as healthcare facilities, schools, and wastewater treatment works. The Western Cape government has further supported municipalities with generator funding to ensure continuity of essential services during power disruptions. Furthermore, the Provincial Energy Resilience Programme has already met its first milestone of reducing Eskom reliance by 500 to 700 megawatts, by 500 to 750 megawatts, with targets to reach up to 5,700 megawatts by 2035. In George alone, over 11.3 million rand has been invested in battery storage and rooftop solar at Outeniqua facilities, ensuring uninterrupted power for essential services. While the City of Cape Town, under DA governance, owes Eskom nothing and keeps the lights on for its residents, Johannesburg, under ANC and PA leadership, owes Eskom a whopping 5.2 billion rand. Keeping the lights on means families never have to wonder if there'll be electricity to put food on the table, and that, Chairperson, is the DA difference. Honourable Chairperson, we don't take issue with the quantum of the budget, but we must raise some issues on aspects of management. A staggering 13.3 billion rand is allocated to the Integrated National Electrification Programme over the medium-term expenditure framework. That is meant to connect 280,000 households to the grid and 45,000 to non-grid solar systems. But for years, grant management has been plagued by manual workflows, poor data, and financial leakage. The department has now set aside 25 million rand to develop a new management system to automate workflows and track projects in real time. But we must question whether this system will actually prevent leakage or whether it will become another expensive IT project that struggles to deliver. We will be watching to ensure that every cent for a solar home system or a grid connection reaches a South African household, not lost to consultants or opaque processes. Through the energy programs and projects program, 5.9 billion rand will flow to municipalities. The department plans to audit 120 municipal project sites annually to verify energy efficiency initiatives. But again, we must measure success in terms of implementation. We've seen too many cases where energy efficient light bulbs or water plant upgrades are paid for but never installed. The management of these performance audits must be transparent, rigorous, and followed by direct consequences for non-compliance. An estimated 1.6 billion rand, 8% of the department's expenditure, is set aside for goods and services, mostly consultants, to implement the non-grid program. We support technical expertise, but we reject a model that perpetuates dependency. Every rand spent on a consultant must be matched by a commitment to transfer real skills to the state. Otherwise, we're simply outsourcing our own accountability. In Programme 4, 94% over 4.3 billion is transferred to entities like the South African Nuclear Corporation and the National Nuclear Regulator. With the Safari 1 reactor replacement and Kuberg's life extension underway, the management of long-term radioactive waste must ensure that no undue burden is placed on future generations. We cannot allow the management of today's waste to become the environmental debt of tomorrow's children. Honourable Chairperson, the DA is committed to ensuring that citizens receive value for money and accountable leadership. The Western Cape has shown that proactive governance, investing in solar, battery storage, and municipal resilience works. HESEQA is a blueprint for every municipality in this country, but that blueprint requires honest oversight of national funds. It's essential that we all demand that the 17.2 billion in transfers and subsidies is managed with the highest fiduciary duty. And we must ensure that the 25 million rand management system for the INEP actually prevents leakage, and municipal audits must lead to consequences where there are failures. And vitally, we must ensure that a transition to a competitive electricity model is managed with transparency and precision. Since the advent of load shedding 16 years ago, the people of South Africa have been crying out for a disruption-free supply of electricity. While we're pleased to be out of the grip of load shedding, it's now our duty to ensure that energy resources are made more affordable for more South Africans. The DA-led Western Cape government will continue with its own ambitious plans that are most importantly backed up by consistent delivery. And it's high time that other provinces follow suit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bryant, for the input in particular coming from the Western Cape Legislature. Now we're going to the next member who is supposed to make a presentation is Councillor Pukunsi, the representative of Salga. Over to you, Councillor. Councillor Pukunsi, are you on the platform?
No. Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, House Chair. Greetings to your good self. Greetings to the Minister and the Deputy Minister. Greetings to the NCOP Chief Whip. Greetings to the members of the House. Greetings to the MECs and special delegates that are in the House today. We bring greetings from the organized local government, Honourable House Chair. We are speaking on behalf of 257 municipalities across the breadth and length of South Africa. SALGA welcomes the opportunity to respond to the 2026-27 budget vote presented by the Minister of Electricity and Energy. We commend the Minister and all stakeholders for helping to stabilize the national electricity system. Nearly a full year without load shedding has brought relief to households, business, and municipalities, and has restored confidence that progress is possible through focused leadership, improved plant performance, and sustained oversight. At the same time, Honorable House Chair, the House must be satisfied that these gains reflect real improvements in generation performance and maintenance, rather than the weakened demand caused by economic decline. Energy stability must support growth, jobs, and investment. For municipalities, reduced load shedding has eased service delivery pressures and supported local economic activities. Yet many still carry the financial and infrastructure damage caused by the previous years of interruptions, including the revenue losses, equipment failures, and services disruptions with little direct support for recovery. SALGA welcomes the Minister's acknowledgement that electricity distribution is the part of the value chain closer to the citizens and that its recovery must become a national priority. However, while progress in generation deserves recognition, municipalities continue to face an escalating crisis in distribution. Our Honorable House Chair, municipal electricity business remain under severe strain from rising bulk costs, aging infrastructure, decline in sales, embedded generation, theft, illegal connections, and weak revenue collection. At the same time, they must invest in upgrading networks to remain sustainable in a changing electricity market. SALGA maintains that municipalities are under unsustainable strain because the tariff framework does not fully reflect the true cost of distribution. A major concern is the mismatch between ESCOM tariff increase and what municipality can recover from end users. ESCOM direct customer receive increase from the 1st of April, while municipalities may only implement theirs from the 1st of July, forcing them to absorb higher bulk costs for 3 months before they can lawfully adjust tariffs. These pressures threaten the sustainability of municipal electricity services. South Africa needs a credible solution for the distribution sector that protects municipal autonomy and delivers long-term value to communities. In SALGA's view, the ESCOM Distribution Agency Agreement in its current form does not offer a balanced or a holistic solution. Honorable members, SALGA is equally concerned about the impact of persistent electricity tariff increase on households and municipalities. Over the past decade, tariffs have risen well above inflation and economic growth, placing growing pressure on consumers and weakening the financial position of local government. Municipalities are trapped in a vicious circle. As tariff rise, consumption falls, more consumers shift to rooftop solar, revenue decline, and the fixed cost of maintaining the network remain. This forces municipality to raise tariff further simply to recover costs, steadily eroding the municipal revenue base. Electricity revenue have historically supported other essential municipal services. As those revenues decline, municipalities face widening fiscal gaps without a clear alternative funding model. SALGA therefore calls for an urgent national engagement on the future of the municipal revenue model in a rapidly changing energy landscape. Honorable House Chair, SALGA welcomes the Minister's commitment to review the electricity pricing policy and the free basic electricity policy. However, affordability remains one of the most pressing challenges facing municipalities and the communities they serve. Municipalities continue to absorb rising costs associated with indigent support, while equitable share allocations do not fully cover the actual cost of providing free basic electricity. If the energy transition is to be truly just, it must also be just for municipalities, which remain at the front line of service delivery. SALGA also welcomes the Minister's recognition of municipal challenges such as weak billing system, aging infrastructure, non-technical losses, and arrears. But these are symptoms of a deeper structural weakness. Municipal infrastructure investment needs now far exceed the grant funding and revenues available to local government. Without sustained investment and distribution networks, improvements in generation will not translate into a better service at the local level. SALGA welcomes the Minister's commitment to finalize the electricity distribution industry roadmap. However, We remain concerned that the distribution agency agreements are widely perceived as a backdoor approach to taking over municipal electricity's function. Municipal electricity distribution is a constitutional function of the local government, and a reform must respect municipal executive authority, comply with the Municipal Systems Act, and proceed through genuine consultation and mutual agreed solutions that strengthen rather than weaken the local government. The next phase of South Africa's energy journey must focus not only on energy security, but also on affordability, municipal sustainability, and local economic development. As the sector becomes more diversified, municipality must not become unintended casualties of reform. Local government remains the sphere closer to the communities. Municipal distributors connect households, maintain networks, collect revenue, and ensure continuity of service delivery. SALGA therefore urges the minister to place municipal sustainability at the center of electricity reform, because the success of the South Africa's energy future will ultimately depend on the success of its municipalities. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pukunsi, for your input. The next speaker is Honorable Farmer, who's here in the House. Over to you, Honorable Farmer.
Honorable Bryant, you brag about the deer Iran Western Cape. There's an old Chinese proverb that says, lies have short legs. And the road to 4 November for deer Iran municipalities is getting shorter by the day. Because my people in the Western Cape, ons baizani. Honorable Chairperson, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Chairperson, electricity is not a luxury. It is the heartbeat of a functioning country. When the lights go off, a child cannot study, small businesses cannot trade, clinics cannot operate, and the country cannot grow. That is why this budget vote is important. It is about people. It is about whether South Africans can live, work, learn, and build without constantly fearing the next outage or the next tariff increase. Honorable members, we welcome the progress that has been made in reducing load shedding. South Africans know what it means to live under constant blackouts. They know the cost of candles, generators, spoiled food, lost income, and interrupted schooling. But Chairperson, we must not mistake improvement for victory. The energy crisis is not over until every household, every small business, every school, every hospital, and every community has access to affordable electricity. The Patriotic Alliance believes that energy reform must be practical. We need generation capacity, we need grid investment. We need municipal distribution systems that work. We need protection for poor households. And we need a pricing strategy that does not threaten a family's self-sustainability. Honorable Chairperson, affordability is becoming a crisis. Even when electricity is available, many families can no longer afford enough units to last until the next payday. Pensioners are forced to choose between food and electricity. Small businesses are watching profits disappear because power costs keep rising. Working class families are being squeezed dry. So we say clearly, energy security must include energy affordability. It is of no use to have electricity available if the poor cannot afford it. Honorable members, the approved tariff increases for the coming years may be lower than what Eskom initially requested, but they still land on households already under pressure. The Patriotic Alliance therefore calls for stronger protection for indigent households, better management of free basic electricity, and stronger action against municipalities that fail to pass benefits on to the people. There must be transparency. If money is meant to protect the poor, it must reach the poor. Chairperson, we must also confront municipal debt and failing distribution infrastructure. Many municipalities owe billions to Eskom, but the burden always ends up falling on ordinary residents. People pay for electricity, yet they still suffer because municipalities mismanage funds, fail to maintain networks, and allow illegal connections to overload systems. This cannot clearly continue. The PA supports consequence management. If municipalities collect electricity revenue and do not pay Eskom, there must be consequences. If officials fail to maintain substations, transformers, and cables, there must be consequences. If corruption and cable theft collapse infrastructure, there must be consequences. Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance supports a diversified energy mix. We need renewable energy, gas where appropriate, and cleaner technologies. We need energy policy driven by reliability, affordability, jobs, and national interest. Chairperson, the PA calls for stronger protection of infrastructure. Cable theft, vandalism, and illegal connections are not small crimes. They destroy communities. They endanger lives. Honourable members, the Patriotic Alliance supports Budget Vote 10 because South Africa needs a properly funded and capable electricity and energy department. We support it because South Africa needs power, not only electrical power, but economic power. Let this budget help build a system where light stays on, prices are fair, infrastructure is protected, municipalities are accountable, and every South African can share in the benefits of energy reform. Honourable Minister, Munibaizani Masakan, salute.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer, for the input from the Western Cape, the Cape of Storms. And there are storms outside here. But at least you brought some stability here. The next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Peter from the Home of the Legends.
Mhlali ngaphambili mandikubulise nalendlu ihloniphekile namhlanje abakhoyo. Mhlali ngaphambili ndicela ukuthetha straight ngqo no minister. Nangona ndizawubhekisa kuwe xa ndisiya kuye. Minister, asizanga zotyoba intwala ukuba kusebusuku. Into esiyize lapha minister, asizanga zokubhoxa umsebenzi wakho. Umsebenzi wakho uwenza ngokucacileyo. Uwenza ngendlela nathi esothuke ngayo, kodwa i-load shedding yakho sithi yeyakho ngoba ngoku isonjululwa nguwe. I-load shedding iye yanemiphumela kakhulu kwiilali zethu. I-load shedding mandikuqalele phaa kwi-Nelson Mandela Metro kwa-Ward 55 oko baphila kwi-load shedding. Ndigqithe ndibheke ebholothwa edutywa. Minister, kukho ilali phaa. Ilali yokuqala phaa ebholothwa, phaa eMbashe ibholothwa, iMazizini, iMaxhama, iVinindwa, iGqarha, iNyakatha, iQhawuka nasebangweni. Abo bantu bonke zolali, minister. Sithetha ngepracticality apha, sithethi ngepolitiki, minister. Bonke yayibhetele i-load shedding ngexesha labo ngoba babecinyela umbane ngeentsuku ezintathu uphinde ubuye. Kodwa ngoku bahlala iveki yonke bengenambane. Abayazi naxa kuwe itransformer ukuba yitransformer kamasipala, but yonke loo nto yi-load shedding. Umbuzo umile ke we-UDM. Ingaba minister uyazityelela na ezi ndawo okanye akuxelela nangoogxa bakho ukuba konakele ezilalini? Abantu abasaphili ngombane. Ndize apha minister. Minister, awunawuze uthi ebantwini bakuthi mabangabi nazo izinyoka. Ube uxakwe ngamagosa aseceleni kwakho acorrupt, awukwazi ukwacontrol. Awunawuze minister ulawula isizwe
Ngoba xa nguminister wombane onke amehlo ethu neengqondo zethu zikuwe. Uphinde ube namagosa angalawulekiyo apha emveni kwakho kodwa ufuna ulawula abahlali. Uzabalawula njani bejonge phezulu? Okwenzeka phezulu makwenzeke nasezantsi. Izinyoka kunzima uba zingaphela, minister. Azinawuphela ngoba kukho amagosa alapha ecaleni kwakho abulala kwale nto uyiphetheyo, minister. Ingxaki, minister, esikuyo namhlanje upavelwa ngabantu ababulala le nto uyiphetheyo. Le nto uyiphetheyo kukho abantu abakupavelayo bahamba otshona emngonyeni. Awunasapoti. Into esifuna ukuyitsho ke, minister, naku. Khawusityelelele, minister, kwiilali zethu. Noba uthumela igqiza lakho, minister, khe ziyohlola uba kwenzeka ntoni ezilalini zethu. Xa ndigqitha, minister, mandize koogxa bam, i-EFF nomkhonto wesizwe. Ndiyafuna oogxa bam khe bayijonge le ngxaki bazibeka kuyo. Le nto yokuthi kubantu baseSouth Africa mabangawulawuti umbane. Xa ungavoti, uthi umbane mawungabikho, abantu babangaphangeli, abantu babangatyi. Kodwa wena uhlele embanini ngoku. Uhlele embanini ngoku. Budget xa usithi mayingenzeki masithethe nee-leaders zethu. Siyayazi uba sinikwe imandate. Yimandate lesinikwe kodwa ilizwe liyatshabalala. Siya kwi-election ngoku. Uzawubuya uphethe ntoni kwi-election xa usithi kubantu bakho andizoninika umbane. Kodwa ubuthe kubo ndivotele ndizawuza nombane. Uyaphinda uyazicontradicta kule platform. Uthi andizomnika umbane. Andizomnika amanzi. Utsho wena ebantwini bakho. Ithini loo nto, minister? Masithethe neenkokheli zethu zisilungise. Minister, khawume entungo uhambele iilali zethu. Asikho apha sopolitika sizolungisa isizwe sethu. Enkosi, minister.
Thank you, Honorable Peter, for your input. And then the next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Badenhorst from the Western Cape.
Honorable Chair, all ministers, there's lots of them in the house today. Honorable members and fellow South Africans, let me start with Honorable Sitole today. Honorable Sitole, let me introduce you to Minister Gwede Mantashe, who's sitting over there. He's the Minister of Minerals and Petroleum. Not to be confused with Minister John Steenhuisen, who's the Minister of Agriculture, who said in the House yesterday that he's not the person who started foot and mouth, but he's going to end it. I hope Honorable Minister Mantashe says something like, I'm not the person who started mining, but I'm going to end it, or something like that. Maybe you should fire your speechwriter or start reading for meaning, one of the two. Anyway, Honorable Ngadi from the MK party, you know, the only reason those millions of people are sitting in the darkness is because your Ubaba took the opportunity to team up with the Guptas and stole money from ESCOM over 9 years.
Can you take a seat, Honorable Badenhorst? On what are you rising, Honorable Perpetua?
61. Rule 61. I'll tell you. 61B. I'm raising on that one. Ngicela ukhuzela amahawa ekungibangela emsini. Khona ihawa elingayi angazi ubani. Yabo? Yeah, it's about making a deliberate statement which he himself, obviously, as a delegate, knows to be false. Amagupta awazanga nomsholozi. Iphunga lakhe lawo lasa nomsholozi ungabe uhlehla ubheke emumva. Ubaba uMandiba uyena wayenawo.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Petra. Honorable Petra. Honorable Petra, there's not a point of order. No. Honorable Petra, you cannot abuse the point of order here in this house. That one is a point for debate. I think that your own people were able also to cast aspersions somewhere there. So over to you, Honorable Paternoster.
The Zondo Commission disagrees with you, Honourable Member, and just like a judge will disagree with your Honourable Chief Whip, who stole lots of money from some of the people who works for the MK as well. I think her name is Honourable Mukuna, but she's not honourable anymore because she's not a member of your party anymore, I believe. My advice to the MK members is, through you, Honourable Chair, guys, please, Earth is full. Go home. Take some of your members with you, but leave the Gupta stolen millions behind, please. Honourable Kennedy, your contribution to this debate today is proof that if you expect nothing from the EFF and the MK, you will never be disappointed. When it comes to thinking, it looks like your speechwriter is also travelling a little bit light because municipalities fail. Of course they will fail because of budget constraints, because the money was looted, much like the EFF looted VBS Bank. Honourable van der Berg, speaking of electrons, you might be aware that light travels faster than sound. That's why some members appear very bright until you hear them actually speak. So there's lots of examples of that today so far in the House. And Honourable Farmer, you have a special way of speaking that makes people appreciate your silence. Honourable Chairperson, before I conclude my remarks, I want to draw the attention of this House to a matter that affects thousands of residents in my constituency, Oeverstrand. Today, I'm honoured to be joined by the mayoral committee member for infrastructure in the Oeverstrand, and he's sitting in the gallery there. His name is Councillor Laram. He came all the way from Oeverstrand to bring us a petition that he drove in Oeverstrand, signed by 6,000 residents of the Oeverstrand, Honourable Minister, demanding urgent action from Eskom and the Department of Electricity and Energy. The residents of Oeverstrand are not asking for special treatment, Honourable Ministers. They are asking for basics. They are asking for electricity infrastructure that works. They are asking for the aging power lines, transformers and substations to be maintained and replaced before they fail. They are asking for clear communication when outages occur. They are asking for accountability when communities, businesses and farmers are left without power for days on end. Some have been left without power since the 9th of May, and they are busy switching the power on today, I believe, hopefully. Recent storms in the Western Cape exposed just how vulnerable many Eskom-served communities have become. In parts of the Oeverstrand, residents endured prolonged outages, not because of load shedding, but because of critical infrastructure that's been allowed to deteriorate over many years. The petition calls for comprehensive assessment of Eskom's infrastructure in the Oeverstrand specifically, a clear and publicly available maintenance plan, dedicated channels of communication, and urgent intervention to address the growing backlog in infrastructure replacement. I want to commend Councillor Laram for taking the initiative to mobilize residents and ensure that their voices are heard. These more than 6,000 signatures represent more than a petition. They represent a community that refuses to accept decline as normal. At the same time, recent events have also shown what is possible when government is prepared to think differently. We've seen Deputy Minister Samantha Gray-Maria champion a practical approach that allows municipalities and the private sector to assist Eskom during emergencies and natural disasters. That is the kind of innovation South Africa needs. When ministers focus on solutions, and I'll be naughty and I'll say it, DA-run municipalities, because it's true, step forward as partners, communities truly benefit. The lesson is simple. Infrastructure does not fail overnight. It fails when maintenance is neglected, when warnings are ignored, and when government becomes reactive instead of proactive. So today, Minister, on behalf of the people of Oeverstrand, we hand over this petition as a call for action. Action not for next year, action not for another storm, action not for another prolonged outage, but action now, please, Minister. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst, for your input. The next speaker is in the House is Honorable M.G. Dlamini from the Free State, City of Roses.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister Josiento Ramohopa and the Deputy Minister, Honorable Minister Gwede Mantashe, the National Chair of the African National Congress in the House, and the Deputy Minister, honorable members, fellow South Africans, I greet you. Honorable House Chair, petitions and undertakings in the NCOP has a committee. Honorable Badenhorst must direct Honorable Mokai, who is the chair of that particular committee in the NCOP, on the issues of the petitions and undertakings, not the minister. Honorable Chairperson, as the ANC, we support appropriation bill and the budget vote 10 of electricity and energy. Our support is predicted on the transformation role sectors play in the lives of our people. 2025-2026 financial year was the first year during in which the department operated as a standalone department after it was split from the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. 2025-2026 financial year, the department underspent on many or all of its programs. However, House Chair, as the ANC, we got a comfort on the APP of 2026 of the department. They have shown a positive improvement in all their programs in terms of expenditure. That means, Honorable House Chair, that the department is doing well. We salute you, Minister. The following threats, however, Chair, are also experienced by the department and identified as follows: financial constraints, skills and capacity challenges, processes and systems, organizational change, reactive rather than proactive responses. This is the department in their own account presenting to us as Parliament. Honorable Chair, the Integrated Energy Plan is a multi-sectoral energy sector long-range planning instrument which include following pillars in the energy horizon: Integrated Energy Plan, Gas Master Plan, the Liquid Fuel Master Plan. All these initiatives and programs, Chair, are the programs that the minister and the department clearly outline how they are going to mitigate them. The IRP 2019 is currently underway, Chair, and this serves as a South Africa's long electricity supply and demand framework. Gas Master Plan will drive the development, regulation, and expansion of gas industry. The department will also facilitate gas to power. Honorable House Chair, the ANC welcomed the National Electrification Strategy and affordability measures, where the department will expand grid and off-grid electrification, support municipal capacity building for energy provision, and implement affordability frameworks to low-income households to reduce electricity demand pressure on the grid.
The department will implement energy conversion initiatives, introduce smart grid technologies, and strengthen energy efficiency regulation in industrial and commercial sectors. I'm not sure, honorable members standing here, what is it that they are talking about when they are saying the department doesn't care about high electricity rates? Because these measures speaks directly to what honorable members have raised here. It is not true, fellow South Africans, that the department and the government of South Africa, be it national, provincial, and municipalities, are doing nothing in terms of high electricity rate. It is not true. Measures are in place. Ours as members of parliament is to ensure that three spheres of government do implement these measures to mitigate the challenges that our people are facing in terms of electricity. That is the truth that is prevailing. Honorable Pina, there is nothing to hurry up. I know you are outside, but you are hearing me. On unbundling of ESCOM. The unbundling of ESCOM is a process that seeks to strengthen the entity. As the ANC, we welcome this unbundling of ESCOM. However, we are going to ensure that ultimately, Honorable Minister, this entity cannot be privatized. It must remain in the hands of government. Let us unpack unbundling so that the people of South Africa understand and they are not misled. Unbundling of ESCOM is as follows. National transmission. It's a legally separated and actively operating. It manages the national grid, trades, electricity, and handles system market operations. 2, generation. This is a standalone generation company, is expected to make up to 4 years to be fully carved out. 3, a standalone company called distribution. The National Electricity Distribution, Honorable House Chair of South Africa, is targeted for 2030. This is heavily dependent on stabilizing municipality debt. Siyazwana Maxabane, siyazwana. That is unbundling of ESCOM currently on its state, nothing more, nothing less. And this is what, as the ANC, Honorable House Chair, we are going to monitor, working together with the department and government, that it is implemented as proposed and adopted by this Honorable Parliament. Lastly, Chair, on ESCOM unbundling, ESCOM Green, a new renewable energy subsidiary is currently being established for the purpose exactly of what I've mentioned. Siyafundiswana ma comrade, we learn, we unlearn, and we relearn every day. Corruption. I will always express this to fellow South Africans. Corruption doesn't have color. It doesn't have age, nor gender. It's either having a political affiliation. It doesn't matter how other parties will attach corruption to the African National Congress. Will not defend corruption. Will not defend ourselves as the ANC Honorable Chair when we are attacked and labeled as corrupt. Instead, will self-correct. Honorable member from Gauteng, the issue of electricity, it is not about Mfuleni only. It is a national problem. It is a national challenge. And it has a national commitment to it. So it is not true that only Mfuleni having a problem of electricity in South Africa. As I'm speaking to you now today, where I'm coming from in Kwakwa, there is no electricity at all, the whole place, because of the problems of the electricity, which we call upon the minister and the department to work around the clock to address the issues of electricity around the country, not only at the specific township or area. It won't be fair for me, being a member of parliament, standing here fighting only for the people of Kwakwa. I must fight for the people of Kwakwa, fight for the people of Free State, fight for the people of South Africa. That is the mandate they gave me to represent them. House Chair, the ANC will continue to support the department initiatives and interventions in ensuring that government's planning and procurement actively promote the economic empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disability, as well as building the electricity and energy sectors that will be affordable to all South Africans, particularly those who cannot afford to buy and pay for the electricity and other basic services. That's why, as the ANC, we support these budget votes. We want to really applaud the minister and her department, this department, for their job well done. We know that Honorable Pina will not be happy because the minister Ramokgopa is not from the DA. But I can tell you, if Honorable Minister Ramokgopa, with the good work that he's doing, was from DA, they will be clapping hands like nobody's business in this house. And for us as the ANC, it's not about clapping hands, it's about representing the interests of the people of this country. Because they have elected us to do so. As and when we clap the hands, we'll clap the hands together with them in our townships, Honorable Badenhorst. And we must not come here and claim easy victories that Western Cape is doing well when the people of Western Cape in their townships are suffering severely and badly, more than any township in this country. Whether the most biggest township, House Chair, are in Western Cape or wherever in the country, but Western Cape townships are the worst, led by the DA. Honorable Ramokgopa, we applaud you. Continue working, Honorable Mantashe, because we know that your departments are aligned and alike in ensuring that this country do provide services to our people. Salute leadership. Ke a leboha.
Thank you, Honorable Logotwayo Ntungwa. The next speaker on the podium is the Honorable Minister of Electricity and Energy, Honorable Ramokgopa.
I do this as I acknowledge Babes Wamanzi, Minister Majodina. Thanks for joining us and supporting. Maybe just to start at the beginning, maybe to Honorable Pinar, we have not just embraced the free market now. We have never antagonized capital. We have always advocated for a mixed economy. And that's why we build telcos like MTN, Vodacom, and today they are some of our biggest exports into the continent. So we accept that capital has a role to play, but the state must not be retrenched. The state remains the principal protagonist or agent of development, and it must galvanize the whole of society behind a common agenda. So we've never antagonized capital, and that's why in our building of the transmission line, there's an on-balance sheet solution that is provided for by the NTCSA and an off-balance sheet solution where we invite in private sector to build certain corridors in the same manner that we have built the N1, the N3, and told them. That's how we brought the private sector on board. The issue of green hydrogen, we think that it's got a pristine future. The Deputy Minister just came back from Brussels. We know that there are certain jurisdictions which are the major off-takers that are prepared to pay a premium associated with the production of green hydrogen. And we see that as an enabler. And working with the research institutions here in the country, we think that we are better positioned as South Africa, the corridor of the Northern Cape, going into Namibia. In fact, we've got the green hydrogen belt that is led by the three premiers, the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and the Northern Cape. So are doing exceptionally well. You'll see there's major announcements that will make Dr. Zamani Sol, Dia Mabuyane, and Alan Windy. We're working together on the green hydrogen prospect. And then just to say, I presented a budget of 6 billion and 61 million. I don't know where Honorable Mugadi finds a budget of 134 billion. Oh, I really don't know where he gets that from. That's what we presented here. Of course, he's reading from a different set of numbers. And I agree with the Honorable Badenhorst that, history is there to explain the height of state capture, who was the principal agent in sponsoring state capture. So the less I say about that, I think the better. I don't think I should dignify that. The challenges that the ESCOM has been confronting, what we are cleaning now is the work of state capture. And just to say to the self-proclaimed advocates, or if you like, of the working class, I think the EFF, Honorable, she makes the point here, and Honorable Mugadi, that we are neglecting the working class. So what the budget says is that we are going to ensure that we achieve universal access. We are going to use, if you like, the most modern technologies to accelerate the connectivity, using a combination, a hybrid renewable energy sources, including battery solutions. Just go to Madave and Mavete, what MEC Mative is referring to. You'll see the kind of revolution that we introduced there. Villages that hitherto never had access to electricity. Today they have electricity. And I'm happy that you are familiar with these villages in Vembe. Not just electricity, but they've got free Wi-Fi for the first time in their life. People of that area, and that's how we are revolutionizing. And I want to say to Honorable Peter, that's the solution we'll bring to those villages. Just share with us. We work with everyone. We are more than happy. We are moving from one village to the other. We can coordinate with you and the chiefs in the area, as we do in all other places, to drive this agenda. Deputy Minister is driving SAREM is an industrialization program on the back of the transition, and that is going to benefit the poor and the downtrodden. We've made the point that we are going to revise the threshold of free electricity. We don't think that 50 kilowatts per hour is sufficient. We need to go to something above 200 kilowatts per hour. That's going to help the poor. The allocation model with regards to the indigent, we think that the subsidy must be direct to the poor as opposed to going through municipalities. That's how we are going to take care of the poor, and that's what this budget is saying. The concern by Honorable Pukunzi, representing Salga, and a number of colleagues or honorable members who came here, that the DAA must not punish municipalities, must not take away original powers of municipalities. I want to give you comfort. We spent the rest of this morning with Salga, Kokta, National Treasury, ourselves, resolving this problem. We are going to find an answer. But thank you very much for the input. Thank you.
Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, I would like to thank you for participating in this debate and elucidating your programs for the country on what you are doing. You are most welcome for having done that. Also thank the participants. The people who participated in this debate, it was very informative. I think that the people of South Africa learned more this afternoon about what is happening in that sector. So now, honorable delegates, we shall proceed to the second order, the policy debate on budget vote 34, Mineral and Petroleum Resources Appropriation Bill. I now call upon the Honorable G. Mantashe, the Minister of Mineral and Resources, to open the debate.
The person of the House now, the Minister of Electricity and Energy, thank you for coming here today. The Minister of Water and Sanitation, that is life and dignity. The Deputy Minister in my department, the Minister of Electricity and Energy, thank you for your presence here. The person of the Select Committee, Daddy Mtisi, yes, thank you very much. Honorable members, all of you, thank you very much. We are tabling the budget vote 34, mindful of the prevailing global challenges confronting our economy and energy security. We're very alive to that. The ongoing conflict in the Middle East continues to be felt beyond its frontiers, destabilizing global energy supply chains, contributing to heightened fuel price and volatility across the world that we're experiencing every day. Although constrained, this budget is geared towards responding to these geopolitical realities. It represents our commitment to securing South Africa's energy future, strengthening economic resilience against external shock, and protecting the livelihoods of our people. Notwithstanding these challenges, I want to assure you that South Africa has sufficient fuel supply to meet domestic demand, and our fuel supply remains stable. I'm emphasizing this point because of the panic communication that is prevalent these days, that you will have taps running dry of diesel and petroleum. That it is not going to happen yet. When it is going to happen, we'll tell you. Astron Energy Refinery has resumed full production following planned maintenance shutdown. NATREF continues to operate steadily while Sasol Secunda coal to liquid plant remains stable. All that capacity at least guarantees us 40% of our consumption on any day. And then the rest of the supply is from processed products that are imported. And fuel imports remain on schedule, while LGP supply through Richards Bay and Saldanha continue to operate without disruption. Working closely with industry stakeholders, we'll continue to monitor the supply situation and will ensure ongoing transparency to the nation. So we're not going to play hide and seek to the nation. We'll be transparent. When there's a crisis, we'll announce it. But we're not going to announce this prematurely. To cushion South Africans against escalating fuel price increases, coming to the temporary relief measure, including reduction of fuel levy for a period of 3 months. I would imagine that you read that beginning of this month, at least the price of diesel has gone down, the price of paraffin has gone down. Only the price of petroleum remain higher in terms of increase. So that is a sign that there's light at the end of the tunnel. While this intervention has been welcomed, we're mindful that it is temporary in nature. A permanent sustainable solution depends on South Africa developing its own upstream petroleum industry
and expanding its own domestic refining capacity. That is a permanent solution. Without that, we are not going to have permanent solution, we'll have temporal solutions. This is precisely why we must accelerate processing the South African National Petroleum Company bill to enable the operationalization of South African National Petroleum Company as a strategic state-owned entity capable of ensuring meaningful state participation in oil and gas sector. That is where we differ from other parties, that the state have a role, and we are of the point that, and we'll debate it when it comes to debate, that a weak state is an irritation to the private sector as well. A strong state facilitates the private sector. So it's not private sector or public sector, it's both of them being strong, and the public sector must facilitate the private sector. Otherwise, it is an irritation to the private sector. This evidence by South African mining gross value addition, for example, if you look at the mining industry, it is resilient. Many people have called it a sunset industry for many years. It is not a sunset industry, it's growing. Last year, which is the current financial year, it has actually reached 477 billion rand in terms of the gross value add, reaching, contributing an estimated 6.3% to the GDP. And that is quite a reasonable contribution if you compare to other sectors. And mining royalties collected were totaling to 11.8 billion in 2025, representing an increase of 11% from 10.6 billion recorded in 2024. Mining export revenue has grown from 586 billion to 649 billion rand, which is an improvement in terms of foreign earnings, and that is the performance of the mining industry. Our efforts to accelerate transformation in the mining sector through implementation of and enforcement of social and labor plans are making a tangible impact on the lives of our people. I'm sure anybody from Limpopo would have been a witness when we delivered a 4-lane bridge in Tubatsi Fitahom, replacing what I call the Strait of Hormuz. It's a one-vehicle structure. We replace it with a 4-lane bridge and a road. And our mining companies have committed to build a further 5 kilometers of road for the province. So that is what we do. And the reason that we are emphasizing SLP is that we're changing the image of mining from just being known for the 5 Ds, dirty, dangerous, diseased, difficult, and deadly, to a humane sector that contributes to the lives of the people where it is. Therefore, when you do SLP project, you are not doing a favor, you are paying a social tax to the communities where you mine. So we're changing the face of mining, we're making it a humane sector rather than seen as just a sector that drills holes and leaves them open on the ground. So when we handed that bridge, we again proved one example. An example that instead of looking at individual mining companies building a small community hall there and a small community there, we said to them, guys, pull your resources together, make impactful projects. That's why people who are in the provinces who take time to look at them will know that we build schools, we build clinics. There's one province that has actually proven to us that you can also supply vehicles to the security sector to fight crime. And we're fencing fields to produce food. To me, those are impactful projects rather than symbolic projects that you do just to show yourself, but to make an impact on society. And that money doesn't go to the pocket of individuals. It impacts on society. We're pleased to share that the Mineral Resource Development Bill is currently being refined to incorporate stakeholder inputs. Once all processes completed, include legal certification, the DMPR will submit the bill to Cabinet for approval before it is introduced to Parliament for consideration. In parallel with these reforms, the phased rollout of the new mining license system, the cadastral system, is ongoing. It has gone a little bit slow, but we are convinced that we're doing the right thing. We've completed the Western Cape, which we used as a guinea pig. We experimented how effective it can be, corrected mistakes in the Western Cape before we roll it out. We are now rolling it out to other provinces. And we're committing ourselves that before the end of this calendar year, it will be out there delivering in all the 9 provinces. That is our commitment. And remember that a commitment is like a target. You outperform it or you miss it. But it is a target. We want to finish it before the end of this financial year. Despite that, the Department has presently finalized 2,461 applications, including granting 364 new prospecting rights and 401 mining permits and 23 mining rights. That's what we have done during the financial year. Honourable members, we are moving decisively from policy formulation to implementation through aggressive execution of critical minerals and metal strategy. We have developed that as a department. We've sold it to the continent. We've sold it to the G20. It provides the basis for discussion in the world. And that's what makes us different from other mining jurisdictions. We have developed that policy. We've sold it to many people. It is beginning to work. Geoscience mapping and exploration is a pillar that is important. Council for Geoscience, through the integrated multidisciplinary geoscience mapping program, has increased national offshore mapping coverage from below 5% in 2019 to cumulative 20% in 25-26 financial year. Junior mining exploration, which is a fund that was started by the department and IDC, with capitalization of 400 million rand, it has attracted more interest with people participating. It is now having more than 2 billion rand capitalization. And 8 projects are actually functional of them. At least the rare earth elements in Botterville in the Free State is actually ready for mining. If you look into Guyana, there is a project done by this project there, which is ready for actually building of the mining company. There will be the rest of them in Springbok, that is to be exact, in Aggeneys, in Priska, in Marydale. You'll find one in Oshoek, and you'll find another project in all the other areas where we are beginning to discover new minerals, meaning that this industry is not a sunset industry, it is going to continue being a sunrise industry. And Anglo-American has pledged 600 million rand. PIC has pledged 1.35 billion rand on this project. Now, the bid to port model, we're doing away with it, and many people talk to us about beneficiation. And I always say to them, if you have lights, you must always appreciate that that is a reflection of beneficiated coal, which is a mineral, but it lights. When it comes as a light, you don't see the identity of coal. But this is beneficiated coal. And there are many. Let me thank the Minister of Electricity for the discussion he's having with Tenko and Samango on the price of enabling the functioning of smelters in the chrome industry. Thank you for that, Minister, because it has value to the work we're doing. Let me just quickly go through mine health and safety. Our record now is 41 fatalities in the sector. We're hoping to improve on that because our aim is zero harm in the sector. Mine workers must go to work and come back alive. We have not reached that stage. An industry that used to kill people in thousands every financial year has a record of 41 fatalities. We're working hard to improve it. We're working with the industry. We're working with labor. We want to improve. There's a new dynamic that I want to add. As we improve the life of mine workers that move out of hostels, go and stay in communities, there's a new factor that we're still looking into. How do we deal with it? How do we factor it in? Is people who die on the roads between where they stay and where they work. And that is a rough issue, but we still want to factor it in mining to see that it's a price we're paying for taking people out of hostels to communities. Having done all that, let me get into the actual allocations that we're having. We have a smaller budget than electricity. Our budget is 2.8 billion rand. And many say it's too little. It's not little. Actually, many of our entities are expected to generate revenue rather than receiving fiscal support. Many of them. We run into problems sometimes, but that is the set objective of many of our entities, whether it's the CGS or MINDEC, or you look into Mine Health and Safety Council, all those entities that are under our control are expected to generate revenue and rather take money to the fiscus than taking the money from the fiscus. So that is what is expected of us, and we're committed to that. And you can see the allocation, 70.46 million has gone to Southern Diamond and Precious Metals. 94.8 million has gone to Petroleum Agency, South Africa, which is doing gas and oil drilling. If you take 666.9 million, go to the Council for Geoscience, 328.7 million and go to Mintech, and 4.89 million going to Mine Health and Safety Council. That is the allocation we are giving them. It is for operation. It is.
Sorry, Honorable Minister. Honorable Swart, can you please mute your mic? Thank you, Honorable Minister. Please continue.
So if you look into those project allocations, for mine rehabilitation research project, we've allocated 23.48 million. For the rehabilitation of derelict and ownerless mines, we've allocated 140.387. For implementation of shale gas projects, we've allocated 48.1, 33.83 million is mine water ingress project, and 31.12 is artisanal and small-scale mining. If you look into those projects that we're allocating money on, in the long term, those projects must, all of them, generate revenue for the state rather than consuming fiscus from the fiscus. They make the money. Let me conclude by expressing my appreciation to the Select Committee for the oversight, guidance, and continued support. You will notice that when you call us, we do come, because we believe that working with you is not a hostile relation. It's a relationship that must work together to build a viable department, a competent department. Let me further acknowledge the valuable contribution by organized labor, business, communities across mining and petroleum sector. I'm supported by a very capable DM. She's young, beautiful. For the young man, she is not married, so you can apply your mind. You can look at her. Yes, she works with me. And I know I'm going to be in trouble now because this thing of her not being married, she says, you tell everybody. I say, I don't know where the luck will come from. So I must say that. I must also thank Nolwandle, my wife. uNolwandle utshatile kum for 42 years and nditheke phaa ku-ANC mayimnike award ukuhlala nendoda ephambeneyo under one roof for 42 years and you don't run mad that guarantees an award, so she deserves an award for staying with a madman under one roof for 42 years. Thank you very much. I'm tabling this budget for you to accept.
Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, thank you very much. I think we are really blessed in the NCOP today that we've had 3 ministers with us, 2 deputy ministers, and the NCOP is so electrically charged that we even attracted the Minister of Water Affairs here, Honorable Bajondina. Welcome to the NCOP. I know you like being in the NCOP. That's why you are here. Thank you very much. Honorable members, now we move on to the chairperson of the Select Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Mineral Resources, Honorable Modise, for 15 minutes.
Technology. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, honorable forever available and on-time Minister Mantashe, honorable Minister, Professor of Practice Ramokgopa, honorable Minister Babes Wamanzi Majodina, Deputy Minister Mgcina, Deputy Minister Graham Mare, members of the Executive Council, distinguished special delegates led by Honorable Kinsol Shabalala, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, in the early 2000s, a voice emerged from Zola that spoke directly to the soul of our township. That voice was raw, authentic, and unfiltered. That voice belonged to Bonginkosi Dlamini, better known as Zola 7. Through Zola 7, Zaziwa and Utatako, he didn't just entertain South Africa, he educated it. He took cameras into our homes, into our struggles, and forced a nation to look at poverty, unemployment, and absent fathers without blinking. He gave dignity to stories that mainstream TV ignored. Before government had public participation as a buzzword, Zola was doing it. He was edutainment in practice. He was educating, informing, entertaining, confronting, healing, and rebuilding families through primetime TV. He showed us that a Kwaito artist from Soweto could become a social worker, a mediator, a nation builder, all with a microphone in hand. His music told our truth. Songs like Ghetto Fabulous, Don't Cry, and Umdlwembe became anthems of a generation that had to be brave just to survive. He proved that you could come from the dust of Zola and still command the respect of boardrooms and the hearts of millions. Zola 7's career has never been about hype or headlines. It has been about impact, about fetching fathers who disappeared, about fixing homes with broken windows and broken spirit, about reminding us that for how long will we ignore each other's pain? Today, on behalf of this House, Honorable Rider, we salute Zola 7. You are an artist, you are an activist, a builder of families, a true son of the soil. Your work bent arc of our culture towards empathy. Your legacy is not in the awards you have won, but in the fathers who came home and the children who finally heard the words, I am sorry, from their fathers. Siyabonga Jamaka Sijado. Fellow South Africans, anyone who's going to stand here and rejects or no support this budget does not love you, especially you communities who live in mining towns and experience illegal mining daily, subjected to cracking houses due to unauthorized blasting next to your house. Remember them and remember their political parties as they reject this budget. Deputy Chair, I rise today to contribute to this important debate on the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resource budget vote, and more fundamentally, on the role of mineral wealth in advancing our constitutional mandate of inclusive development across provinces. At the center of the discussion lies a critical question. How do we leverage South Africa's vast mineral endowment to build a developmental state that is both nationally coherent and provincially responsive? Honorable Pina, the African National Congress has consistently held that South African mineral resource constitute a national patrimony for our people's resource held in custodianship by the democratic state for the benefit of all. This principle is not abstract. It is concretely expressed through the Mineral and Petroleum Resource Development Act, which reaffirms that 1, mineral resource cannot be left to market forces alone. 2, the state must guide, regulate, and direct exploration. And 3, development must be inclusive, transformative, and sustainable. The approach we adopt is that of a regulated developmental state. This is not a command economy, nor is it laissez-faire liberalism. It is a strategic balance where the state exercises sovereign oversight over mineral resource, the private sector participating in investment and production, public policy ensures equity, transformation, and national benefit. Honorable members, this framework enables us to promote industrialization rather than mere extraction, drive beneficiation and localization, ensure that mineral wealth contributes to jobs, infrastructure, and community development. Chairperson, while mineral resources are a national competency, their impacts are profoundly provincial and local. Mining takes place in the communities of Northwest, the economic landscape of Limpopo, the industrial corridors of Mpumalanga. It is therefore imperative that in exercising national custodianship, we do so in full respect of constitutional principles of cooperative governance. Provincial government carry constitutional responsibility in economic development, environmental management, public health, and human settlement. These are not secondary functions. They are central to the lived realities of mining communities. The developmental state must ensure that mineral wealth does not flow outward, leaving provinces undeveloped. Instead, it must anchor development within provinces themselves. This is achieved through deliberate policy instruments like beneficiation and industrialization. We must move beyond exporting raw materials. We must build smelters, refineries, and manufacturing hubs. Develop value chain linked to local resources, support provincial industrial development cooperation. A province rich in platinum must not remain poor. It must become a center of fuel cell technology, advanced manufacturing, export-ready industrial productions. Social and labor plans. Through social and labor plans, we ensure that mining companies invest in housing skills, local economies. Development is community-driven and spatially aligned, but we must go further. SPLs must be fully aligned with provincial growth strategies, integrated into municipal IDPs, monitored through cooperative governance mechanisms. The strategy for resource development zones represent a practical expression on spatial transformation. These zones must link mining areas to industrial capacities, enable cluster development, reduce regional inequality. Honorable members, we are operating in a rapidly changing global environment defined by energy transition, rising demand for critical minerals, increasing geopolitical competition. South Africa is richly endowed with platinum, group metals, manganese, chrome, emerging critical minerals. These are not ordinary commodities. They are strategic assets for the future global economy. Therefore, we must, Honorable Makeseni, the state must guide how these resources are accessed and developed. We must ensure national interests prevail over narrow profit incentives. We cannot export all raw materials without local addition, nor can we lose our economy. We must strike a balance by exporting to compete globally, but beneficiation to industrialize locally. Honorable members, infrastructure is the backbone of developmental state. No strategy can succeed without infrastructure alignment. In provinces such as Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest, we see a persistent challenge. Minerals exist, but the logistics system constrains their full value. Rail inefficiencies, port congestion, and undercapacity limit. We need to prioritize export competitiveness, industrial development, job creation, and therefore, the developmental state must expand rail corridor linking mines to ports, upgrade port infrastructure, enable private sector participation where appropriate, integrate infrastructure planning with provincial industrial strategies. Infrastructure must not follow development, it must lead it. Honorable members, none of what I have outlined is achievable without cooperative governance. The Constitution is clear. Spheres of government must coordinate, align, and cooperate. This means national department must align policies with provincial plans. Provincial government must integrate mineral strategies into the economic frameworks. Municipalities must be supported in service delivery and spatial planning. This is particularly critical in social and labor planning implementation, environmental authorization, infrastructure rollout. Without alignment, we risk fragmentation, inefficiency, failure to deliver real impact. Honorable members, remember, this House has a unique constitutional responsibility under Section 42, subsection 4, where we need to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national spheres in relation to mineral policy. This means, Honorable Pinar, we must, one, interrogate whether national strategies benefit all provinces equitably, ensure that mining communities are not left behind, demand alignment between national departments and provincial priorities. As I conclude, Chairperson, the ANC developmental approach to mineral wealth is clear. It asserts sovereign state custodianship, it builds a regulated developmental state, it respects provincial mandates, it drives industrialization and beneficiation. It ensures that mineral wealth becomes a tool for inclusive development. Mineral wealth must not enrich few and impoverish many. It must not centralize development in isolated hubs. It must become the foundation of spatial just, inclusive industrialized South Africa, where every province shares in the benefit of our natural endowment. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modise. The next honorable member to participate is Honorable Pinar for 7 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister Mantashe, it's nice seeing you again. Deputy Minister, fellow members of Parliament, again, hello. And as always, most importantly, my fellow citizens, goeiedag, good day, tobela. As global industries are set to change dramatically over the next decade, especially with regards to the rapid growth of the electric vehicle market, South Africa is strategically positioned to become a major player in the global economy. Chairperson, South Africa holds over 90% of the world's platinum group metal reserves, over 70% of global chrome reserves, and roughly 30% of manganese reserves. And if managed correctly, emphasis on correctly, these strategic resources could usher in a new golden age for our country, Minister. But, Chairperson, I am not convinced that Minister Gwede Mantashe is the right man for the job. And let me explain why. The department's own report shows that the mining sector experienced growth of approximately 7.7%. Yet, employment in the sector declined by around 0.5%. Now, the question must be, how is this possible? Chairperson, it is true that the mining companies are currently benefiting from high global commodity prices driven by international demand. Mines are earning more for their products, and that is something to celebrate because it means more money is flowing into
Honourable Pina, can you
South
please
Africa.
take your seat?
Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Member, what rule are you studying?
No, Chair, I'm just asking whether he's willing to take a question.
Honourable Pina, will you take a question?
I don't take questions from communists, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. He won't take a question. He won't take a question. He said he won't take a question. No. He can say what he wants to say because he's not on the platform. Now, please take your seat.
To say he's a vetvolve.
No, please take your seat.
To say he's a vetvolve.
No. You are doing this again now. You did this in the earlier debate. Now you're doing it again.
It's a vetvolve then, okay.
Please take your seat.
Put you into a vetvolve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. But again, why are the employment figures declining? Because Minister Mantashe continues creating uncertainty in the sector through his proposed new mining bill. Mining companies are increasingly hesitant to invest in new ventures or expand existing operations because the minister continues threatening greater state interference and licensing uncertainty through BBBE requirements linked to the proposed legislation expected to come to Parliament this year. Markets hate uncertainty, Chairperson. Instead of reinvesting profits into new projects, shafts, and exploration activities that would create jobs, the sector is waiting to see what exactly the minister is planning with this bill. As a result, South Africa has undoubtedly lost billions in potential investments and thousands of possible job opportunities because of policy uncertainty created by his department. And Minister, you must take responsibility for that. Chairperson, I am certain the minister and his allies will stand here today claiming that companies are simply greedy or not doing enough. We will once again hear threats and radical rhetoric from the RET faction within the ANC that will create even more fear and uncertainty in the sector. Tomorrow, however, these same individuals will stand up and complain about unemployment and the lack of economic growth. But we will know exactly who is responsible. Chairperson, this is not the first time this has happened. The Honourable Minister has a track record of creating uncertainty in both the mining and petroleum sectors that has cost South Africa billions in investment and countless job opportunities. In 2019, Chairperson, South Africa was largely self-reliant regarding diesel supply. We produced approximately 70%, Minister, of our own diesel demand locally. Today, that figure has fallen closer to 30%, and not the 40% you were quoting. Now, Honourable Members, if I may ask you, what has happened between 2019 and 2026? That has caused South Africa to lose much of its refining capacity and become heavily dependent on fuel imports influenced by global instability and international markets, like we are seeing now with the tensions around the Strait of Hormuz. And the answer is simple: bad policy decisions, Minister. And here is what happened. In 2020, Minister Mantashe decided that South Africa, still a developing country and economy heavily dependent on affordable fuel and low production cost, should move towards European standards for cleaner fuel. Refineries indicated they are willing to invest the billions of rands to upgrade their infrastructure to comply with the new standards. However, before making those investments, industry requested market access guarantees and policy certainty from government to ensure the investments would remain commercially viable. The department remained silent for months.
and the companies voted not to invest. Government refused to provide the certainty industry required, and yet again, as a result, instead of investing billions into refinery upgrades and creating thousands of jobs, companies converted their facilities into storage terminals or shut them down entirely. Sounds familiar? And that, Honourable Chairperson, is one of the major reasons South Africa is now paying, or just now paid, over 32 Rand per litre for diesel because of bad policy decision. And now the minister wants to repeat the same mistakes in the mining sector with his new bill. Chairperson, in closing, I just have one question for the minister. Has he heard of Shady Pines Retirement Home? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Pina. The next honourable member to participate in the debate is Honourable Slanganisa Nodada for 12 minutes.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson, Chief Whip of the Council, permanent delegates and special delegates, honourable ministers, 3 ministers, history of the NCOP, and 2 deputy ministers, MECs present and in the virtual platform, distinguished representatives of the South African Local Government Association, ladies and gentlemen, Molweni. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, let me first declare that I stand here today on behalf of the African National Congress to support this budget vote as tabled by the Minister of Minerals and Petroleum Resources. I do so on behalf of the living and the dead, the successive generation of the historically dispossessed, oppressed, exploited, and disenfranchised indigenous majority of our country for over more than 3 centuries of colonialism and apartheid. The African in particular, Coloureds, Indians, and Khoisans in general. Honorable Deputy Chair, it is indeed inspiring for us in the African National Congress that this budget policy debate on minerals and petroleum resources takes place during the month of June. That will, for many generations to come, occupy a special role in the annals of the history of collective heritage of struggles of our people, united in diversity against apartheid colonial domination defined by race, gender, and class. Honorable members, we are talking here about the adoption of the Freedom Charter by the ANC 70 years ago in 1956 as an official alternative policy vision to apartheid colonial system of white minority domination about South Africa that truly belongs to all who live in it. We stand here before this august house, inspired by fond memories of that 20 years after the adoption of the Freedom Charter by the African National Congress, the death-defying revolutionary youth of South Africa broke their silence against apartheid colonial education through militant yet peaceful protest, which culminated into a countrywide youth uprising on that fateful June 16, 1976 in the streets of Soweto. Deputy Chair, if there is anything that cannot escape the collective memories of our people, united in diversity, and the peace-loving global community at large, is the brutal extrajudicial massacre of young people by the trigger happy white racist security establishment in defense of white privilege and supremacy. Harmless, peaceful, with their fists clenched, and singing the song, I quote, Senzeni na, what have we done? Close quote. The youth of 1976 never retreated in the face of colors trigger happy white racist apartheid security forces in the land of their birth, but chose death than to surrender. It is the generation of this youth, which amongst the living include the likes of Baby Kyawa, Nyamezeli Boy, Kaukelo Lihoro, Mpho Lihoro, Mkuseli Jack, Mlungisi Lulu Johnson, Nomvula Mukunyane, Opa Tikere Muraneng, Paul Mashatile, Mfusi Class, and Mzwa Kembuli, who led the reassembling and reorganization of the revolutionary youth under the African National Congress with the formation of the ever-militant revolutionary student organization, the Congress of South African Students. Among those who departed for whom we lower our banners in their fond memories are, among others, the late Ephraim Mohale, Billy Masetla, Noktula Simelane, Peter Mukaba, Dipuo Peters, and the list is long, and many others whose soul must continue to rest in peace. Honorable members, this historic significance of this epoch-making gathering of the youth in Klipspruit under the banner of the Congress of the South African Students lies in the public adoption of the Freedom Charter, which was a restricted document since the banning of the Congress Alliance in the 1950s and 1960s. In the words of the late Christiani, it is COSAS that defiantly unbanned the Freedom Charter. Honorable members, it gives me a great sense of pleasure and privilege to stand here today before this against backdrop of the historical context I have outlined earlier to the debate budget vote 34 on mineral and petroleum resources, 70 years after the adoption of the Freedom Charter by the African National Congress. Honorable Deputy Chair, the critical question that I may pose to the Minister through you, why this context? The principal reason is the abiding consensus within the contemporary South Africa's political discourse about three interconnected fundamentals for accelerated socio-economic transformation. The first one being, the more we achieve the goals of 1996 Constitution, the more we realize the vision of Freedom Charter. Secondly, addressing youth unemployment as a majority sector in the society is about addressing a country's unemployment in its totality. And thirdly, the most critical, minerals and energy sector constitute critical sector of economy at the disposal of South African state for fundamental socio-economic transformation. The people shall share in the country's wealth. This clause and the overall fundamental vision of the Freedom Charter were canvassed, agreed, and unanimously agreed by the Constitutional Assembly as the unifying fundamental basis of the values, principles, and visions of South African Constitution that we are celebrating today. At the preamble of the 1996 Constitution correctly proclaims, amongst others, I quote, we hereby, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this constitution so as to heal the injustices of the past, close quote. Honorable Deputy Chair, we must place a record that the articulation of the Freedom Charter into the Constitution was not a coincidence of history, neither a majoritarian decision, but the recognition and appreciation by overwhelming majority of the contending political forces in the Constitutional Assembly of the unifying popular moral appeal of the vision of the Freedom Charter among the broadest sections of South African people. The preamble and Chapter 2 of the Bill of Rights of the South African Constitution on political and socio-economic rights give fundamental expression to the ideals, principles, values, and visions of the Freedom Charter. Critical to these clauses that fundamentally relate to the minerals and petroleum sector is, among others, Section 25 of the Constitution, which empowers the democratic state to expropriate the land to the extent that it is public interest and subject to compensation. In terms of the international common law, everything permanently attached to the land is accessory to the ownership of the land. Minerals and energy are natural residues permanently attached to the land. In pursuance of the strategic goal of ensuring state custodianship of the mineral and energy resources in public interest, the ANC-led government has adopted a transformative piece of legislation in the form of the Minerals and Petroleum Development Act of 2002. At the core of the object of this act is the regulation of the acquisition, control, and management of mineral and petroleum rights in public interest through licensing and permits for exploration of mineral petroleum reserves. The operation of this act through licensing has and continues to play a critical role in the revenue rising capacity of the state. This, coupled with export of minerals and energy, including foreign direct investment in the minerals and energy sector, contribute a total number of in the gross domestic product and a lot in the unemployment and in the employment of unskilled, semi-skilled workers. Honorable Deputy Chair, I think I'm about to lose my time, but through you, Honorable Minister, on the fundamental question of the geographical spread of mining economies across 9 national provinces of South Africa, we cannot be academic about this fundamental question and continue to celebrate the provinces against each other without a deliberate, coherent, and integrated national policy and the engineering and repositioning of mining and energy at the center of national development and reconstruction priorities. So we must always look at the youth at the center of this so that we see our youth developing in the mining industry. Going forward, Honorable Minister, I think it should be in the pulse of the people of South Africa that the mining industry, as a catalyst of fundamental socio-economic transformation, is shared amongst them. As I conclude,
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Your time has expired.
And I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next honorable member to participate in this debate is on the virtual platform, and that's MEC from the Eastern Cape, MEC for Rural Development and Agriculture. MEC, you have 10 minutes. Honorable MEC Kontiswe, you have 10 minutes. I don't think the MEC is able to log on, so we shall move on to the next contributor to this debate, and that's the Deputy Minister.
Apologies, Honorable Chair.
Okay, you are with us now.
My disclaimer is the network. It keeps on kicking me out all the time, and I suspect it's the bad weather that we are in. Otherwise, I am in, But if
All right.
I cut, you must acknowledge that is the network. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, the Honorable Members of the Special Delegates and distinguished guests, the Eastern Cape Provincial Government rises to support the Budget 34 and the strategic direction articulated by the Department of Minerals and Petroleum Resources. We do so at a time when the global economy continues to confront significant uncertainty arising from geopolitical tensions, volatile energy markets, disrupted supply chains, and heightened competition for strategic minerals and energy resources. These developments reinforce an undeniable reality. Nations that secure their energy future secure their economic future. It is for this reason that the Eastern Cape welcomes and strongly supports the decision to separate the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources from the Department of Electricity and Energy. With regard this institutional reform as a result of progressive and necessary intervention that recognizes the growing strategic importance of the mineral and petroleum sectors within South Africa's developmental agenda. The separation creates an opportunity for focused political leadership.
Honorable MEC, we have lost your sound as well as your video. I think the weather is having an effect on the MEC's wavelength. We have stopped your time, so we'll ask if we can continue with the Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, are you ready? All right. Honorable members, please welcome the Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of National Council of Provinces. Greetings to Minister of Minerals and Petroleum Resources, Honorable Gwede Mantashe, Minister of Energy, who's here, together with the Deputy Minister. I greet you. Honorable members, it is indeed a privilege to appear before this House and the people of South Africa to account on the work we continue to undertake in advancing and transforming the minerals and petroleum sectors. This responsibility remains central to our daily work as we strive to improve the living conditions of the people and build an inclusive and sustainable economy. In pursuit of these mandates, we have anchored our work around 5 strategic priorities: promoting investment in the mineral and petroleum sectors by creating an enabling policy and regulatory environment supported by the review of policies and legislative instruments, and by streamlining interventions for greater economic benefits to our people. Accelerating transformation by advancing policies that enabling greater participation of historical disadvantaged South Africans in these sectors. Ensuring environmental sustainability through strengthening environmental compliance and enforcement, including the rehabilitation of derelict and ownerless mines. Promoting regional integration and cooperation in the mining and petroleum sectors through bilateral and multilateral platforms. Strengthening institution capacity and governance through improved organizational efficiencies and the utilization of technology to modernize and enhance responsiveness. Chairperson, allow me, therefore, to provide a brief account of the progress we continue to make in pursuit of these strategic priorities. The Minister has already elaborated extensively on the policy and regulatory reforms underway. I will only focus on work we are undertaking to expand participation of historical disadvantaged South Africans in this industry. During the previous financial year, the department conducted 34 workshops across all provinces attended by approximately 1,500 aspiring and existing artisanal and small-scale miners. These workshops were aimed at educating participants on licensing processes and providing information on mining-related programs and opportunities offered by the department together with our entities. Through the Artisanal and Small-Scale Mining Fund, we continue to advance our objective of ensuring that the mineral wealth of our country contributes to job creation, economic inclusion, and improved livelihood of our people. I also want to correct, Chair, there was a member who was misleading the House saying we are declining in terms of job opportunities. We are increasing numbers. We are pleased to report that during 2025 financial year, 20 projects were approved for financial assistance amounting to 59.7 million. This support covers both capital equipment funding and financial provision for rehabilitation guarantees. As part of our efforts to expand the reach and impact of the fund, we are engaging with the Department of Small Businesses Development to determine the most effective partnership mechanisms to support artisanal and small-scale miners in alignment with existing government programs. This process is already underway, as reflected in the recent budget votes pronounced by Minister of Small Business and Development. Honorable members, we are to realize our vision of transforming South Africa's mining industry. We must invest in human capital development. This responsibility cannot rest solely with government, but it requires the collective commitment of all social partners. It is within this context, Chair, that we are working closely with Mining Qualifications Authority to transform our training programs by shifting the focus from employment training towards executive leadership development. We aim to build a pipeline of leaders capable of steering a global, competitive mining industry into the future. Chairperson, the Constitution encourages us to protect the environment through measures that promote conservation and secure ecologically sustainable development and use of natural resources while advancing justificable economic and social development. It is against this background that we continue to invest in environmental rehabilitation initiatives. During the previous financial year, MinTech, through derelict and ownerless mines programs, successfully rehabilitated 3 major asbestos projects, while a 4th project entered the construction phase. In addition, 40 derelict and ownerless shafts were sealed in Gauteng, bringing a cumulative number of shafts closed since 2019 to more than 600. With this year's allocation, MinTech will intensify efforts to complete ongoing asbestos rehabilitation projects in Limpopo and Mpumalanga, while initiating additional rehabilitation work in the Northern Cape. The next phase of shafts closing operation will target a further 40 shafts in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal. Our efforts to streamline interventions for greater economic benefits are also beginning to yield positive outcome. The Council for Geoscience continues to advance the characterization of geological formations suitable for the safe and permanent storage of carbon dioxide. The work done in Leandra, Mpumalanga, has established a credible technical foundation for the implementation of carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Building on this progress, the Council for Geoscience has now transitioned the program towards implementation readiness, including the mobilization of strategic fund and technical partnerships. This positions the program to move into a pilot scale injection phase. In addition, Mintech, through its Coal Reimagined program, has begun to reposition coal fly ash and coal discard materials not as a mere waste product of the energy economy, but as a potential source for the recovery of rare earth elements and vanadium. Honorable members, South Africa remains richly endowed with mineral resources capable of driving inclusive economic growth, industrialization, and job creation. Among these resources are diamonds, which have contributed significantly to our economy for more than a century. However, the sector continues to face difficult global market conditions, including weakening demand for natural diamonds due to growing competition from synthetic diamond or lab-grown diamonds. Despite these challenges, the state's diamond trade continues to advance its foreign purchase strategy aimed at diversifying sources of rough diamond supply beyond our borders. Progress has been made in the procurement of rough diamonds from Botswana to improve the availability of suitable supply for local clients, support domestic beneficiation, and strengthen the entity's ability to respond to market supply constraints. The South African Diamond and Precious Metals Regulator continues to strengthen oversight, improve compliance, and promote beneficiation and transformation in the downstream diamond and precious metals sector. Central to this work is the implementation of the enforcement strategy aimed at combating illicit trade and protecting value chains through coordinated inspections across the sector. During the previous financial year, the entity conducted 1,955 inspections, thereby improving the detection and prevention capabilities, protecting the integrity of the mineral value chain, and reinforcing regulatory credibility. The Mine Health and Safety Council continues to play an important role in strengthening health and safety within the mining industry. This year, the Council will convene the Mine Health and Safety Tripartite Summit to assess progress against the 2024 summit's milestones and review implementation measures. This process will strengthen accountability and ensure that stakeholders' commitments translate into measurable progress in safeguarding mine workers. The Central Energy Fund continues to play a critical role as government's strategic energy development platform. During the previous financial year, the Central Energy Fund achieved a historical milestone through awarding the ministerial Section 79 directive enabling strategic access to the island view. This intervention's position serves as the center of South Africa's fuel importation, storage, and distribution system, thereby strengthening national energy security and enhancing the country's ability to respond to future supply disruptions. Chairperson, this is a brief report on the work that's been undertaken by our department. As the ministry, we remain committed to strengthening oversight, institutional capacity, and governance across this institution to ensure that effectively we are delivering our mandates as per our budgets. As we continue to advance our minerals and petroleum sector, we'll continue to pursue partnership with all stakeholders. The support and guidance of honorable members of this August House will remain critical as we move forward together. Let us continue working as a collective to position the sector at the center of our efforts to alleviate poverty, unemployment, and equality in our country. We also want to appreciate the team, Chair, from the department led by the DG, together with the Minister, for the work that you are doing to make sure that we are transforming the sector, we are creating job opportunities, and we are making lives of our people better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honourable delegates, I notice that the MEC Consiwe rejoined for a brief minute or so, but has disappeared off the online platform again. So we will continue with the speakers list and move still online, though, to Umkhonto weSizwe's Honorable Mhlongo for the next 8 minutes. Honorable Mhlongo.
Greetings, Chair. Chair, with your permission, can I please switch off my video?
Yes, that's in order. Thank you. Please go ahead with your speech.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, permanent delegates, and our fellow South Africans. Umkhonto weSizwe rises today in the House to debate the Mineral and Petroleum Resource Budget vote for 2026-27. Chairperson, this budget vote presents a program for growth, energy security, economic transformation. But when we look at the realities on the ground, when we study the APP, and when we listen to mining communities and workers, what we see is not transformation, but we see a continued extraction without development. South Africa remains one of the richest mineral producing countries in the world. We sit with over 80% of the world's platinum reserves, major chrome reserves, manganese, coal, gold, diamonds, and rare earth minerals. Yet Stats SA still tells us unemployment remains at 32%, while youth unemployment sits at 45%. The contradiction exposes the failure of government policy. Chairperson, mining provinces remain among the poorest provinces in the country, despite generating billions for the economy every year. In the Northwest, platinum leaves the province daily, but communities around the Rustenburg and Marikana still face high unemployment, poor roads, inadequate housing, and collapsing municipal services. In Mpumalanga, coal continues generating billions, yet communities in Imalahleni continue breathing polluted air while abandoned mines sink land, contaminated water, and damage homes. In Gauteng and West Rand, acid mine drainage remains a threat after a year's repeated warning from experts and oversight bodies. This budget fails to confront these realities. For 30 years, South Africans have heard promises about beneficiation and industrialization. Yet platinum from Rustenburg still lives as raw ore, diamonds from Kimberley are still processed abroad, chrome from Limpopo and Mpumalanga continues feeding industries overseas, while South Africa imports finished products at higher price. Chairperson, the mining economy still largely exports raw wealth while importing unemployment back into our communities. The department receives billions, but where is the decisive program for state-led beneficiation? Where is the aggressive expansion of local refining capacity? Where is the serious investment into downstream industries that can absorb young unemployed South Africans? Instead, we continue seeing dependence on multinational corporations while communities remain spectators to the extraction of our own wealth. Chairperson, another serious failure in weak regulation and enforcement. A law that is not enforced is meaningless. Illegal mining continues spreading across provinces. Illegal sand mining continues damaging rivers and ecosystems. Communities continue raising concerns about environmental destruction while regional offices remain understaffed and ineffective. The department itself admits it suffers from shortage of environmental minerals resource inspectors. That means compliance monitoring weakens, illegal operations grow, and environmental rehabilitation happens too late or not at all. Chairperson, where the states cannot regulate effectively, ordinary communities pay the price. The reality is that many mining houses continue generating enormous profits while surrounding communities still lack proper roads, clinics, sanitation, and economic opportunities. Mining social and labor plans continue failing communities because of enforced remain weak. The people of Marikana were promised development after tragedy. The people of Emalahleni were promised rehabilitation. The people of West Rand were promised environmental restoration. Yes, year after year, communities still return before Parliament with the same complaints. Chairperson, the fuel price crisis facing ordinary South Africans is another area where the budget completely fails the poor. Fuel prices continue rising while wages remain stagnant. In the rural province of Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal, transport costs are swallowing households' income. Workers are paying hundreds and sometimes thousands of rands every month simply to get to work. Where fuel rises, food rises, transport rises, electricity cost rises, production cost rises, and poverty deepens. The general fuel levy and ref levy together adds up to 7 rand per litre to fuel prices. Meanwhile, South Africans are led there in nothing, are told that the government cannot do anything about it. Chairperson, government cannot continue hiding behind market forces while ordinary people are suffering. South Africa once had a strong refinery capacity. Today, we are increasingly dependent on imported refined fuel while local infrastructures weaken. That is not energy security, it's dependency. The separate issue alone raises serious concerns around environmental liabilities, long-term sustainability, and state exposure to financial risk. At the same time, South African strategic fuel reserves remain inadequate in any global supply disruption, conflicts of shipping crisis. The country remains vulnerable. Chairperson, energy security is not luxury. It affects food security, transport, logistics, agriculture, and economic stability. Another major failure is the handling of artisanal and small-scale mining. Thousands of Zamazama continue risking their lives underground. Government responds mainly with police operations and military deployment, but not adequately address the economic desperation driving illegal mining. You cannot arrest your way out of unemployment. The state must create a pathway to regulate community mining, cooperative skills development, and legal participation in the mining economy of South Africa. Chairperson, the Quattro scheme also exposes the deeper structural problem. The program was meant to support junior Black-owned miners, yet many beneficiaries struggle because allocations remain too small to achieve sustainability and access finance. The transformation cannot simply exist on paper while emerging Black industrialists remain set up for failure. Chairperson, we also note that the department emphasizes achieving the clean audits. That is welcome. But South Africans do not eat clean audits. Communities do not survive on compliance language. MKP believes South African mineral wealth must benefit South Africans. Mining provinces must not remain poor while producing billions. Workers must not remain trapped in poverty while corporations export wealth abroad. Young people must not remain unemployed while the country sits in strategic minerals needed by the global economy. Chairperson, South Africa cannot continue being a supplier of raw materials to richer nations while our own people remain unemployed, hungry, and underdeveloped. For these reasons, Honorable Chairperson, Umkhonto weSizwe uyayinqaba le budget ye-Mineral and Petroleum Resources. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Mklongo. MEC Consiwe, I see you are on. You have about 8.5 minutes left. I invite you to continue with your speech. I do also suggest you leave your video switched off so that you don't disturb the bandwidth. But let's give you another chance now to continue. 8.5 minutes, MEC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I will start where I ended. Honorable Chair, the Eastern Cape has deliberately positioned itself as a key player in South Africa's evolving energy landscape. We are steadily carving out a niche as one of the country's emerging energy and renewable energy hubs, supported by a combination of strategic infrastructure investment, natural resources endowment, and growing investor confidence. Only recently, the signing of the LNG terminal operator agreement at the port of Unguja marked a historic milestone for both the Eastern Cape and South Africa's energy future. This landmark investment strengthens the province's position as a strategic gateway for energy imports, storage, processing, and distribution. More importantly, it sends a strong signal to domestic and international investors that the Eastern Cape is open for business and committed to building the infrastructure required to support long-term economic growth and industrial development. The significance of this project extends far beyond the energy sector itself. It creates opportunities for manufacturing, logistics, maritime services, skills development, and wide range of supporting industries throughout the province. The Eastern Cape's emergence as a strategic energy hub is further demonstrated by the recent launch of Envusa Energy Coruscant 2 renewable energy cluster. landmark investments of a combined R15 billion or 15 billion spanning the Eastern Cape and the Northern Cape provinces. This flagship development, comprising of 240 megawatts Mooi Plaats solar PV facilities, the 140 megawatts Umsobomvu wind farm, and the 140 megawatts Hartlepoort wind farm, delivers a combined of 520 megahertz of renewable energy capacity and ranks amongst the largest privately developed renewable investment in South Africa. The Eastern Cape welcomes this investment as clear evidence that our province is increasingly becoming a destination of choice for large-scale energy infrastructure development. We further note that the Korsam 2 cluster represents only the first phase of Envusa's broader ambition to develop between 3 and 5 gigawatts of renewable energy generation capacity by 2030. Together with LNG terminal operation agreement at the port of Umuga, the potential development of Karoo gas resources, the expansion of biofuels production, and the future development of nuclear energy, a Thai sprint, as well as the Envusa investment. Honorable Chairperson and members, the Eastern Cape Provincial Government is simultaneously pursuing an ambitious program of public infrastructure investment. Across the province, significant resources are being directed towards roads, bulk water infrastructure, and electricity regulation expansion. These investments are designed not only to improve service delivery, but also to unlock economic opportunities and attract investment. They form part of a broader strategy aimed at developing Eastern Cape Seaboard Economic Corridor into a globally competitive investment destination. Our vision is to create an integrated corridor that connects ports, logistics infrastructure, industrial development zones, manufacturing facilities, renewable energy projects, and export markets into a powerful engine of economic growth. Honorable Chairperson and members, Eastern Cape is also home to substantial and proven gas deposits beneath the Karoo Basin. Environmental assessments and scientific studies have demonstrated the significant potential of these resources to contribute meaningfully to South Africa's future energy mix. What is now required is political will, policy certainty, and strategic financial prioritization. Honorable Chairperson and members, Eastern Cape is equally concerned about the growing financial burden that rising electricity costs continue to place on households, municipalities, business, and industries. Affordable and reliable electricity remains one of the most important prerequisites for economic growth, industrial competitiveness, and investment attraction. While the country has made important progress in stabilizing electricity supply, the challenge of affordability continues to constrain economic expansion and job creation. Therefore, Eastern Cape calls on national government to continue pursuing a diversified energy strategy that not only strengthens energy security but also contributes to reducing the long-term cost of electricity. In this regard, we welcome government's commitment to advancing South Africa's nuclear energy program and call for the accelerated development construction of the Tupasni nuclear power plant near Jeffreys Bay in the Eastern Cape. This project has potential to become one of the most significant strategic infrastructure investment in the democratic South Africa. The Eastern Cape believes that the development of the Thai Point would significantly strengthen South Africa's long-term energy security, attract substantial investment into provincial economy, create thousands of direct and indirect employment opportunities, and support the broader reindustrialization agenda that is central to the province's developmental strategy. Importantly, additional nuclear generation capacity would contribute towards more stable, diversified energy mix, reducing long-term dependence on aging coal-fired power stations while helping to create the conditions for greater price stability and affordability in the electricity sector. Its successful implementation would fundamentally alter the economic trajectory of the Eastern Cape and contribute meaningfully to the national economic growth. The province, therefore, calls upon the national government and all relevant stakeholders to place renewed focus on the revival of Umthombo as part of South Africa's broader industrialization and energy security agenda. Honorable Chairperson and members, the Eastern Cape family believes that the mineral, petroleum, and energy sectors possess enormous potential to address South Africa's triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. However, this potential can only be realized if transformation remains central to our developmental agenda. The opportunities arising from these sectors must extend beyond established corporations and reach local communities, rural areas, township enterprises, women-owned businesses, and youth-owned enterprises, also emerging entrepreneurs. Honorable Chairperson, we support the budget vote. We also acknowledge the importance of balancing economic development with environmental sustainability. The allocations directed towards rehabilitation of ownerless and derelict mines, the management of acid mine drainage demonstrate government's commitment to responsible resource management and environmental stewardship. Economic growth and environmental sustainability must remain complementary objectives. Future generations deserve both a prosperous economy and a protected natural environment. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson and members, the Eastern Cape supports this budget vote 34 because it advances the objectives of energy security, industrialization, economic transformation, investment attraction, and job creation. We support the institutional reforms currently underway within the sector. The province also supports the development of petroleum, gas, renewable, and nuclear energy infrastructure. Together, we can.
Thank you, MEC. Your time has expired now.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, and for your indulgence. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, MEC. Yeah, it seems you found some of that free Wi-Fi that Minister Ramakgopa was telling us about earlier on. So I'm glad you were able to join.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
We'll continue with the speakers list. We're moving line. It is now the turn of the Economic Freedom Fighters, and it's the Honorable Montwedi from the Northwest Province that will take us forward.
Modulasetilo ke lebogela nako ya gago ke kopa go se bontshe sefatlhego sa ka gonne re mo tlase ga kobo e ntsho ya lehihi ka ntlha ya ga ministera kgosi e ntsho Ramakgopa gago.
Yeah, Honorable Montwedi, it seems you also need Minister Ramakgopa to come and assist there, but please go ahead.
Thank you, House Chair, honorable members and fellow South Africans. Ke ema hape le ganyena gape ke a lo dumedisa in the name of economic freedom in our lifetime. House Chair, the mining sector has collapsed because the state has collapsed for a long time. Let us stop pretending mining is not struggling because global headwinds. Mining is struggling because the state is failing. Honorable member, Honorable Minister Gwede Mantashe, it looks like it is not only ANC councillors that specialize in singing with content dololo, as you said, but this conduct also is everywhere, including in the department that you are leading. Under your leadership, the South African mining sector has collapsed under the weight of systematic failures, multi-year licensing delays, the glaring absence of a functional cadastre, and a local economy is hijacked by illegal mining syndicates. Meanwhile, junior miners are suffocated by bureaucracy, social and labor plans are treated as optional charity, abandoned mines remains open like war zone, and National Treasury determines fuel price in silo without modeling the economic impact. This is not a sector in distress, it is a sector being sabotaged by incompetency. House Chair, the mining cadastre program is not delayed, it is not in progress, it is dead. And for more than a decade, this department has promised a modern, transparent cadastre for more than a decade, yet nothing has materialized. House Chair, the APP once again promises progress, yet it fails to deliver critical specifics. It cannot tell us when the system will finally go live because they keep on postponing and postponing, how the massive backlog will be cleared, and who will be held accountable for the decade-long failure, or why South Africa remains the only major mining nation still operating entirely on spreadsheet. House Chair, this is not a delay, it is a national embarrassment under the ANC-led GNU. Investors are not confused, they are not waiting for clarity, they have left and they will not return until this department stops treating the cadastre like a side project and start treating it like the backbone of the mining economy. Honorable members, illegal mining is no longer a crime problem. It is a parallel economy supported and enabled by the state for a long time. And with many community members in our province living in threats each day because of criminality around illegal mining. The entire operation failure is run by a lethal mix of cross-border syndicates, explosive traffickers, corrupt officials, and heavily armed criminal networks. Now, this while our communities in Orkney, Stilfontein, Rustenburg, Mooinooi, Bapong, and Brits, and in many parts of the province live under siege. House Chairperson, our critical electrical infrastructure is destroyed, water systems are systematically vandalized, roads are ruined, and mines are rendered deeply unsafe. In the face of this widespread devastation, the APP offers nothing more than empty rhetoric, offering mere awareness campaign, vague stakeholder engagements, and passive monitoring. Chairperson, you do not raise awareness about organized crime. You crush it, irrespective of who is involved, and there is no concerted effort in dealing with these because some high-ranking ANC politicians are highly involved and are in the pockets of criminal syndicates. House Chair, we urgently need a specialized illegal mining enforcement unit, intelligence-driven operations, cross-border cooperation, and prosecution-led investigation, alongside the immediate sealing of shafts and the comprehensive rehabilitation of abandoned mines. Anything less is performance for the cameras. Now, I want to respond to what the Honorable Chair Tate Modise said. Tate Modise, we are not going to support this budget. And it is not because we do not love our people. We love our people more, and we're not going to support, and I'm going to demonstrate why. Social and labor plans are not failing, but have rather collapsed. Social and labor plans are not failing, but have rather collapsed. With mining houses that are failing to implement their SLP. And this information was collected from the council document of the Rustenburg local municipality. A local municipality that the AG refers to it as a collapsed municipality. House Chair, the Municipal Council of Rustenburg tabled a report in the Municipal Council and noted the following as a backlog relating to the implementation of the SLP by mining houses. The mining houses, giants like Tharisa Sibanye and Impala Chrome and many others, leaving crucial school infrastructure promised, budgeted for, but entirely undelivered. Specifically, the people of Modikwe, Modikwe High School in Ward 30 remain outstanding. Tirelo school projects in Ward 35 is stalled. Mojahedi High School sanitation upgrade in Ward 29 Rustenburg is incomplete. An early childhood development center in Ward 32 has been pending since 2014. And vital ICT, mathematics and science programs are undelivered across 5 wards. Consequently, children living directly opposite to platinum, chrome, and manganese deposits worth billions are still forced to learn in broken, neglected classrooms. This is why we love our people. We will not support this budget. The failures are not more administrative delays. Community facilities are also promised and budgeted for, yet entirely undelivered. as evidenced by the incomplete Bethany Multipurpose Center and the stalled second phase of the Marikana Health Center and the completely undelivered Seraland Resource Center and Potsanen Digital Center. These failures are not mere administrative delays. They represent broken promises that have dragged for many years with absolute no enforcement actions from the department. The thing is there. House Chair, basic services and infrastructure across these mining towns have completely collapsed, leaving entire communities in darkness and isolation. High mast lights are unrepaired, stormwater systems are not built, waste management system is inconsistent, and critical water infrastructure handover remains unresolved. Mining houses extract billions in wealth, but local communities cannot even get working street light. Is this love? We love our people, we'll never support some of these things. As a result, Chair, workers are forced to travel on deeply unsafe roads to reach the very same mine that export billions to the global market. House Chairperson, economic development has left local youth and farmers completely abandoned. Go at 32 ko Rustenburg. Project agriculture because of the delay in relocation. School garden 29 are staffed of basic infrastructure, and vital sport facility in Ward 45 around Potsaning has been pushed all the way out of 2026. As a result, local youth are left to idle, small-scale farmers are left unsupported, and the host communities are entirely left behind. House Chair, let us call for this what it is. The non-delivery of social and labor plans is a theft. It is a direct theft of our children, schools, our communities, clinics, our local roads, our youth opportunities, and ultimately our people's dignity. Mining houses commit to SLP as a condition of their license. They sign, they promise, they present glossy brochures, and they then walk away. And the department allows it for a long time. Minister, now that we gave you a list of broken promises by mining houses in Rustenburg, the ball is in your court to issue a formal compliance in terms of Section 93 of MPRDA by issuing directive, or to go directly to suspend or withdraw mining license of affected mining houses in terms of Section 47 of the MRPDA. Now, another reason, Chair, why we will not support this is because we love our people. In 2018, Sogima blasting rights were revoked. The treatment of Sogima mining by the principal inspector of blasting by your department in the Rustenburg branch is a disgrace. Sogima, 100% black-owned company in Northwestern Breds, and Nabadibeng local municipality, is destroyed by your department. In 2018, Sogima's blasting rights were revoked. 8 years later, the matter is still unresolved. Meanwhile, neighboring white-owned mines with worse compliance records continue blasting. Sogima is blocked from operating, and the department cannot explain why for a good 8 years. This is not regulation. This is punishment, because anything black must be treated with suspicion and destroyed. And unfortunately, this is the message that your department is sending. If you are a black-owned mining company, we will suffocate you with delays. If you are established operator, we will look the other way. Now, tell us, Chair, is this love or not? We love our people. We'll never support this budget vote that continues to dehumanize our black communities. House Chair, transformation cannot be selective. South Africa's exploration spends less than 1% in the global exploration. That is not a statistic. That is a death certificate. The APP mentions a junior miners fund, but cannot tell us how many projects will be funded, what minerals will be prioritized, how long approvals will take, and what economic impact is expected. Junior miners are now asking for favors, are not asking for favors. They are asking for a state that works. House Chair, South Africa has more than 6,000 derelict and ownerless mines, but have degenerated into active crime hubs, severe environmental disasters, critical public safety hazards, and toxic sources of acid mine drainage. And the APP commits to rehabilitating three. I mean three, only three. This is not planning. This is negligence. House Chair, Parliament must stop accepting recycling. And we must demand measurable, enforceable, and transparent commitments. Kubukutong, ke gakolola batho ba rona goreng a ba tswe ka makatlanamane ba ye go ikwadisa jaaka bathopi gore e tle re ka di 4 tsa November 2026 ba ye go voutela puso ya EFF eo e ba kgathalelang eo e tla tswelang pele go lwela serodumo sa batho ba rona. And so as the EFF, as I've already indicated, we reject this budget vote, Modula Stilo. And it is because of the love that we have for our people that we are rejecting this budget vote. Thank you very much, Modula Stilo. Ke lebogetse nako ya ngena. Ke mo lehihing le ngena la bona gore re kgosi e ntsho re tshwere yang ka. Ke lebogile thata.
Thank you very much, Honorable Montwedi. Back in the chamber now, honorable delegates. The next is Honorable Van den Berg for the Freedom Front Plus with 5 minutes.
Chairman, the Freedom Front Plus carries a joint responsibility for this budget. It also means we have a duty to be honest about what can be done better. Support does not mean turning a blind eye. The department has a budget of 2.86 million rand. This coming year, Program 4, Mining, Minerals and Petroleum Policy Development gets 1.5 billion. That is 40% of the entire budget. Yet, 995.6 million of that is not for the department at all. It is transfers to, amongst others, 666.9 million to the Council for Geoscience and 328.7 million to Mintech. This leaves the department to spend only 21.2 million rand on the frontline program, namely monitoring, enforcement, and fuel regulation. The people who must inspect 900 mines, police 1,500 petroleum sites, fight illegal mining, and stop fuel price abuse. They get 0.7% of this budget. Honorable Chair, you cannot regulate a 6 trillion rand mining and energy sector with 0.7% of your budget. The Select Committee, the Freedom Front Plus asked direct questions. Why are we starving our inspectorate while transferring billions to entities? Has illegal mining not escalated into a national security threat? Illegal mining undermines lawful operations, erodes state revenue, and endangers life. But the department just admits enforcement capacity is insufficiently resourced. Where do we stand on the fuel pricing chaos? The committee noted with concern the impact of the Middle East conflict on prices and that our own system makes it worse with high fuel levies and taxes. Petrol is regulated. Diesel is deregulated. The result? Price variability across service stations, consumer confusion, and perceptions of unfair pricing. What about fruitless and wasteful expenditure? With all these consultants in the entities, are we getting any value for money? The minister replies that it is actually they that do the work on the ground, like Mentec with mine rehabilitation. Honorable Chair, as a GNU partner, the Freedom Front Plus position is clear. We will support this budget because South Africa needs a functioning Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources. A budget vote collapse helps no miner, no petrol attendant, and no community. But support is not a blank check. We will use our role in the GNU to demand a rebalancing of priorities. If you can find 666.6 million for geoscience, surely you can find more than 21.2 million on inspections. Stop the waste. Finalize the Geoscience Act. Review the diesel pricing framework to end disparities and publish a proper energy security strategy with timelines, not promises. Measure outcomes, not activities. Alex Core and the CPA must be fixed. CGS must show investment opportunities, facilitated, not maps printed. Give the investors clear policy and security to invest without undue risk. Chairperson, the GNU was formed to help fix what is broken.
We will not defend a structure where only 0.7% goes to enforcement, while illegal miners run our provinces. We will not defend a confusing diesel pricing system. We will not defend a 4.5 billion rand rehabilitation backlog referred to Mintech, while we spend millions on workshops and social projects. South Africans deserve minerals that build the country, not syndicates that steal it. They deserve fuel they can afford, not prices set by typing errors and taxes. They deserve inspectors, not excuses. We support this budget to make sure they get it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable van der Berg. Delegates, we now turn to the Honourable Boshoff, who speaks on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to take the debate further.
Honourable House Chair, Honourable Minister, I see the Minister of Water and Electricity and Energy is left, and Honourable Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, good day. Today we debate Budget Vote 34 of the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources. South Africa remains one of the most mineral-rich countries in the world. We possess vast reserves of platinum group metals, manganese, chrome, coal, and critical minerals that are increasingly essential to the global economy and energy transition. Yet, despite these enormous advantages, South Africa continues to underperform. A country blessed with some of the world's richest mineral reserves now attracts less than 1% of global exploration expenditure, and this should concern every South African. Exploration is far more than future mining projects. It's about future jobs. It's about future investment, future exports, and ultimately future economic growth. Yet investment continues flowing elsewhere, whilst South Africa falls further behind in competing mining jurisdictions. Chairpersons, for years, the mining sector has warned about regulatory uncertainty, licensing delays, infrastructure collapse, and administrative inefficiency. Yet, despite all the promises, where is the reform? Where is the urgency? And where are the results? Dololo. One of the department's biggest failures has been prolonged delays surrounding the mining cadastre system. For years, South Africa has been promised a modern, transparent, and efficient online mining rights system that should improve investor confidence, reduce delays, and bring certainty to the sector. Minister, thank you. Today you informed this House that the Western Cape model is operational and that the rollout process to other provinces is underway. This is welcomed. However, South Africa cannot compete globally without a credible, transparent, and efficient online cadastre system. The real test now, Minister, is whether government will finally deliver a credible and functioning system by the end of the year, as you promised. Because investors do not invest in promises, they invest in certainty. At some point, government must stop making announcements and start delivering results. Honourable House Chair, the consequences of declining exploration are severe. Without exploration, there are no new mining projects. Without new mining projects, there are no new jobs. At a time where unemployment remains one of the greatest crises facing our country, South Africa simply cannot afford policy paralysis in one of its most important economic sectors. Illegal mining continues to expose serious weaknesses within the broader mining regulatory environment. South Africa continues battling abandoned mines, delayed rehabilitation processes, and inefficiencies within the mining rights system. While criminal enforcement may primarily fall within the mandate of SAPS, the department cannot ignore the regulatory failures that continue creating conditions in which illegal mining thrives. Communities continue living in fear, While criminal syndicates continue exploiting weaknesses in the system, and rightly so, South Africans are entitled to ask where the measurable progress is. Another issue placing enormous pressure on both the mining sector and ordinary South Africans is the continued rise in fuel prices. Everybody's spoken about it today, you yourself as well. The conflict in the Middle East has once again exposed South Africa's vulnerability to global fuel shocks. Every fuel increase pushes up the cost of transport, logistics, manufacturing, food production, and mining operations. Mining companies already face rising electricity costs, rail constraints, and infrastructure failures. Rising fuel prices place even further pressure on operational sustainability and investment decisions. But ultimately, it is ordinary South Africans who carry the burden. Workers pay more to travel to work, businesses pay more to transport goods, and consumers pay more at the till. Government cannot continue relying on temporary relief measures while deeper structural vulnerabilities remain unresolved. South Africans are therefore entitled to ask a very simple question. After years of discussions around energy security and petroleum development, where are the measurable progresses that will reduce our dependence on imported refined fuel products and shield our economy from recurring fuel price shocks? South Africa's mineral wealth should be driving investment, industrial growth, and large-scale job creation. However, potential alone means very little if investment continues declining. The real measure of success is not the number of plans produced by your department, Minister. It is the number of exploration projects approved, the number of mines opened, and last but not least, the number of jobs created. South Africa cannot mine its way into prosperity through policy speeches alone. Minister, we now need regulatory certainty. We need efficient licensing systems. We need functioning infrastructure. We need affordable and reliable energy. And above all, we need leadership that understands every delayed reform carries a direct economic cost for millions of unemployed South Africans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bolso. Honourable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we now go to the province of Limpopo to hear from the MEC of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism again. That's the Honourable Matibe, who has got 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, the Honourable Minister, Minister Mantashe, and the Deputy Minister, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honourable Kenneth Moimang, Honourable members, the Chairperson of the Select Committee, fellow MECs in the virtual platform and members that are in the virtual platform, the Madekwan. The Freedom Charter, which is the bedrock of our country's Bill of Rights, continues to be a guiding document for our democratic government. It continues to remind us that South Africa's vast mineral and natural resources should promote inclusive growth, industrial development, job creation, and shared prosperity. Today, as we discuss this budget vote, we reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that the country's mineral and energy resources meaningfully improve the lives of our people, particularly in provinces like Limpopo, where mining is a critical pillar of economic activity and development. We welcome, honourable members, the Department of Minerals and Petroleum under the leadership of Minister Gwede Mantashe for its ongoing efforts to strengthen South Africa's energy security through the development of upstream petroleum industry and the expansion of refinery capacity. These measures are vital to reducing our vulnerability to international energy market volatility, strengthening domestic fuel supply, attracting investments, and supporting long-term economic growth. The development of domestic petroleum resources presents a strategic opportunity to enhance energy resilience, create employment, stimulate industrialization, and reduce our dependence on imported fuel products. Honorable members, a stable and secure petroleum industry will also support critical sectors such as mining, manufacturing, agriculture, transport, which collectively drive economic growth and job creation. Honorable members, the recent increase in fuel prices continue to place significant pressures on households and business across the country. These impacts particularly felt in largely rural provinces such as ours, where communities rely heavily on road transport for access to job opportunities, healthcare facilities, educational institutions, and markets. The rising petrol and diesel increase the cost of transporting goods and people, which in turn place upward pressure on food prices and other necessities. For this reason, initiatives aimed at strengthening South Africa's petroleum value chain, expanding local refinery capacities, enhancing fuel security are not merely energy interventions. They are crucial economic measures that can help protect the citizens from external shocks while supporting sustainable growth. We further acknowledge that despite prevailing global economic pressures and uncertainties, the mining sector remains one of South Africa's greatest economic strength and a cornerstone of our economy. The sector continues to demonstrate remarkable resilience, significantly contributing to exports, employment, infrastructure development, and fiscal revenue. In Limpopo, mining is a key driver of our economic transformation. By increasing mineral beneficiation, expanding investments in mining-linked industries, developing special economic zones, growing renewable energy projects that supports mining, assist in driving the economy and industrialize the provincial economy. As envisaged in the Freedom Charter, the true value of our mineral wealth lies not only in what we extract from the ground, but in how we use it to create opportunities to develop industries, uplift communities, build a better life for all South Africans. Honorable Minister, we welcome the interventions of the mines in our province, more especially the model that was used in Steelport, where we were able to see collaboration between the mines as well as government and the private sector in building that road. We must indicate, Honorable Minister, that working together with our mines in the province, we have started a program to ensure that we have a mining and mineral beneficiation skills academy in the province, in the area of Tuvaze, where that collaboration happened. And we require the support of the minister in ensuring that indeed that mining academy and mineral beneficiation skills academy happens. Because, Honorable Minister, we want that academy to assist us to build skills for beneficiation of our minerals so that we avoid taking raw materials from the province to outside. We have already started with the support of all the mines, and we hope that that program will then ensure. We, therefore, as the province of Limpopo, support the policy debate vote of minerals and petroleum resources. I thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honourable delegates, we return to the chamber now. It's the Patriotic Alliance's turn, and it's Honourable Farmer who will be speaking for 5 minutes.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honourable members, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour. Honourable Chairperson, South Africa is a country blessed with extraordinary mineral wealth. Beneath our soil lies gold, platinum, manganese, chrome, diamonds, coal, rare earth minerals, and petroleum resources that many countries can only dream of. Yet, despite these blessings, millions of South Africans remain poor. Many mining towns continue to decline, and communities living next to mining operations often see little improvement in their daily lives. There is the contradiction we must confront. The Patriotic Alliance supports Budget Vote 34 because mining and petroleum resources remain critical drivers of economic growth, export earnings, energy security, and job creation. South Africa, however, must stop being a country that exports opportunity and imports unemployment. Chairperson, the mining sector remains one of the pillars of our economy. It contributes significantly to exports, tax revenue, and foreign investment. Yet investors continue to raise concerns about regulatory uncertainty, licensing delays, infrastructure constraints, electricity costs, and logistical failures. If we want investment, we must create certainty. If we want jobs, we must create confidence. And if we want growth, we must create an environment where investors know the rules, trust the system, and can operate efficiently. Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance believes that mining must work for South Africans first. That does not mean closing the door to investment. It means ensuring that investment creates jobs, develops skills, supports communities, and leaves behind lasting value. Mining cannot remain an economy where resources leave the country while poverty remains behind. Honourable members, we welcome efforts to strengthen exploration because exploration is the foundation of future mining growth. For too long, South Africa has fallen behind competing mining jurisdictions in attracting exploration investment. Without exploration, there are no new discoveries. Without discoveries, there are no new mines. And without new mines, there are no new future jobs. That is why geological mapping, exploration support, and modern licensing systems are essential to the future of the sector. The PA supports stronger law enforcement, tougher prosecutions, and better border management to disrupt criminal networks. Our mineral resources belong to the people of South Africa, not organized crime. Chairperson, honourable members, we must also speak about mining communities. Too often, communities hear promises of development but continue to struggle. Social and labor plans must not become compliance exercise completed on paper. Communities must see tangible results, schools, clinics, infrastructure and opportunities for local businesses and young people. Mining must leave a positive legacy. Chairperson, petroleum resources and fuel security have become increasingly important in an unstable global environment. Recent geopolitical tensions have shown how quickly global energy markets can affect local fuel prices and economic stability. South Africa must continue strengthening fuel security while pursuing responsible petroleum exploration. Any discoveries that can strengthen energy security, reduce import dependency, and create jobs should be pursued responsibly and transparently. Honorable members, one of the greatest threats to mining growth is not beneath the ground. It is above the ground. It's failing logistics, congested ports, and underperforming rail infrastructure. A mine cannot export efficiently if trains do not move and ports cannot handle volumes. Mining success and logistical reform must go hand in hand. In closing, Chairperson, our mineral wealth is a gift. Let this budget vote help build a mining and petroleum sector that creates jobs, attracts investment, develops communities, and secures prosperity for future generations. Honorable Minister, useke uabaiza. Salute.
Thank you, Honourable Foreman. Honourable delegates will now get the perspective from the Western Cape, from the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, Honourable Bryant.
Honourable Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister present in the House, and all honourable members. Beneath the fertile South African soil lies wealth that could ignite industrial growth, power our energy transition, and employ generations to come. Yet, as we scrutinise Vote 34, Mineral and Petroleum Resources, the question before us is not whether the budget is too large or too small. The question is whether or not the goals as set out can be delivered. The Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources is allocated 2.86 billion rand in this financial year, rising to over 3 billion by 2028-29. This is a serious mandate, regulating exploration, enforcing mine health and safety, rehabilitating derelict mines, and driving transformation. But sadly, we've become all too accustomed to persistent leadership weaknesses that undermine every one of those goals. In the Minerals and Petroleum Regulation Program alone, the department has allocated 212 million rand for consultants, specifically for business and advisory services. This is in the same program where employee compensation stands at 336.7 million rand. Why is a regulatory department spending hundreds of millions on external advisors when it already employs a substantial personnel complement of over 1,100 funded posts? The danger here is not the existence of consultants. Specialized expertise has its place. The danger lies in the management of the in-house skills base. If inspectors and technical staff are buried in administrative duties while consultants draft standard operating procedures, then we have a structural inefficiency. The department must account for exactly which functions have been outsourced and why those functions cannot be performed by the 1,124 public servants on the payroll by the end of the MTEF. The Inspectorate spends 83.2% of its budget, 719.1 million rand, on compensation of employees. The department targets 24,000 inspections and audits over the medium term. And on paper, that is credible. But we must ask whether these highly paid inspectors are actually on the ground or rather at their desks. The allocation for travel and subsistence in Programme 3, Health and Safety, stands at 34.3 million in 2026-27 alone. And we must ask again whether a breakdown has been provided as to how many of those travel days resulted in unannounced actionable inspections versus planned administrative visits and photo opportunities. The South African mining sector has seen too many tragedies where inspection reports existed, but follow-through did not. Management must ensure that every rand of travel expenditure translates into boots on the ground, or rather underground, not boardroom meetings in Pretoria. The department's allocated 434.1 million rand to rehabilitate just 9 derelict and ownerless mine sites through Mintech. That's over 48 million rand per site. In any private sector rehabilitation program, such a cost per site would trigger rigorous forensic auditing. Yet in the state system, we see similar patterns of cost overruns, delays, and rehabilitation standards that are rarely independently verified. Is the department able to provide a site-by-site management report? And importantly, what is the baseline environmental damage? How does 48 million rand per site compare with industry benchmarks? And critically, who is liable if Mintech fails to complete the work? Poor contract management in rehabilitation can leave acid mine drainage to poison our water tables, and communities then forced to live next to toxic sinkholes. Protecting South Africa's natural environment must be a key consideration during mining operations, because the country's ecosystems, biodiversity, water resources, and agricultural land are vital for both present and future generations. As we know, mining activities can cause significant environmental damage, including soil erosion, water pollution, habitat destruction, and air contamination if not properly managed. South Africa is home to a rich variety of plant and animal species, many of which depend on healthy ecosystems for survival. In addition, many communities rely on clean rivers, groundwater, and fertile land for farming, fishing, and daily living. Pollution from mining waste and chemicals can contaminate these resources, negatively affecting human health and livelihoods. Environmental protection during mining also supports sustainable development by ensuring that economic benefits do not come at the expense of our long-term environment and cause further degradation. And this is a cause that's close to our heart here in the Western Cape. Measures such as responsible waste management, land rehabilitation, water conservation, and compliance with environmental regulations can reduce the harmful impacts of mining. By prioritizing environmental protection, South Africa can continue to benefit from its mineral wealth while preserving its natural heritage, supporting local communities, and ensuring that future generations inherit a healthy and productive environment. It's essential that social and labor plans promising schools, clinics, housing, and skills training are effectively delivered. But if the department only conducts 212 inspections annually, the message to industry is that compliance is voluntary. We need a complete overhaul of SLP monitoring. Management must move from counting inspections to actually measuring outcomes. How many houses were actually built? How many graduates from mining-funded skills programs got jobs? And without that shift, the allocation is simply an accounting entry. An initial 400 million rand with the Industrial Development Corporation is projected to grow to 1 billion rand through private investment. The stated purpose is to fund prospecting work such as drilling and logging. And that's precisely what the junior mining sector needs. But management must ensure that this fund is not captured. We've seen too many state funds become vehicles for political patronage, where connections matter more than the actual geological potential. The department must publish clear, transparent criteria for accessing the fund. Every application, every approval, and every outcome must be subject to public oversight. If this fund is managed as a closed-door allocation, it'll fail the very small-scale prospectors it's meant to empower. Good management here means transparency, a rotation of evaluators, and independent technical reviews. The gas to liquid refinery reinstatement program is projected to see spending in the oil and gas program increase to 41 billion rand by 2028-29. And the management risks here are monumental. Without rigorous board-level oversight, without quarterly performance audits and clear milestones tied to disbursements, the scale of spending invites the very same state capture dynamics that crippled Petro SA in the first place. Members of Parliament and the public at large should receive binding assurances that procurement for the refinery reinstatement follows competitive, transparent processes free from emergency deviations without parliamentary oversight. The spending trajectory is set, but the management of that spending is not predetermined. The department can choose to run the Mine Health and Safety Inspectorate as a travel-heavy administration rather than a boots-on-the-ground enforcement machine. They can choose to let 48 million rand per rehabilitated mine go unaudited, and they can choose to conduct only 212 SLP inspections per year and call that transformation. But those choices are not neutral. At the end of the day, They will fail the miners, the communities, and the economy that depend on this portfolio. And that's why the DA will continue to hold government to account in the best interests of all South Africans. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Brandt, for the message from the Western Cape. Now, the next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Peter from the Home of the Legends.
Mhlali ngaphambili mandibulise kulendlu qala lijika ilanga. Ngibulise nakuminister nakwisandla sakhe nakumalungu onke ahloniphekileyo alendlu nakubemi boMzantsi Afrika jikelele. Ndikhahlele nasezinkosini mandikhahlele. Mandingene apha eNgilane ndawubuyela enquba basendigqiba apha. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Mineral Resources and Petroleum has an important mandate to regulate the mineral sector in this country. It also faces several challenges which hinders the smooth running of the mines industry, and it possesses unbearable fuel increase to the poor South Africans. For close to 150 years, mining has been a backbone of South African economy, contributing approximately 7.5% of GDP and around 60% of total exports. However, this important sector has been challenged by a crisis of illegal mining for several decades. Illegal miners, who are known as Zama, have caused economic, environmental, and social upheaval, leaving a significant mark on the industry. House Chairperson, it is really shocking that the year 2024 illegal mining is estimated to have cost South Africa over 70 billion annually. Mandize kuwe mphathiswa weli sebe ngesintu. Uphethe eli sebe ilizwe lijonge kuwe. Kusuka abantu babanye amazwe bazothatha ubutyebi beli lizwe 7 billion imkile uyijongile minister. Nomongameli uyijongile minister. Uthi masithembe ntoni kule department iphethwe nguwe. Minister, asinawukwazi ufihla amakhuba kunetha kumelezekile izinto sizithethe apha. Le department minister iphethe ubutyebi beli lizwe. Iphethe bonke ubutyebi beli lizwe minister. Kodwa ilizwe lakho kusuke elinye ilizwe liza ku-undermine kwilizwe lakho. Unamapolisa. Uphinde ubaphi igama elimandi uthi illegal minings liphiwa kwanguwe. Usabanika igunya aba bantu bananga amasela kodwa akwenzi into ngawo. Minister, ilizwe loMzantsi Afrika lonzakele minister. Libeke wena laze lakuthemba. Amandla elizwe aphelile ulijongile minister. Xa ndigqitha ke minister. Minister, yonke into ephantsi kwesandla sorhulumente omlawulayo iyabiwa. Kubiwa nee-buildings kuthiwe zibiwe kodwa abantu bahleli kwii-buildings ayincothulwanga ii-buildings. Nijongile minister nikhona nisenza intlekisa elizweni. Sinibukele minister kodwa nithi masinithembe. Xa ndivala olu lawulo luheshayo nikulo minister kufikelele ixesha abantu banijonge banisuse kolu lawulo ngoba anisathembekalanga kuluntu. Inkosi sihlalo ndiyayipasisa le budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Peter, for your input. The next speaker who's inside the house here is Honorable Brace, also from the Home of the Legends.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable Members, mede landsgenote, veral die inwoners van die Langkloof daar in Kokama, goeienaand. For millions of South Africans, fuel is not an abstract economic indicator. It is the difference between getting to work or staying at home. The difference between a profitable harvest and a loss. The difference between a small business surviving or closing its doors. The difference between eating and starving. Honorable Nodada, the political philosophies you quoted from will not fill the empty stomachs of poor South Africans. Every increase at the fuel pump translates into higher transport costs, higher food prices, and a higher cost of living. Food producers use diesel. Moving food from farm to plate needs petrol and diesel. It is an important input cost into all parts of the food system. To add to the fuel misery, devastating floods in Kokama in the Eastern Cape washed away a portion of the R62 early in May of this year. The Langkloof, the second largest export area of soft fruit in the country, is totally cut off from the rest of the Eastern Cape province, as well as from the export harbour. Today, 5 weeks later, this R62 road is still not repaired. Wat die situasie ondraaglik maak, is dat ons 'n oestyd binnegaan. Hierdie ramp, tesame met stygende brandstofpryse, veral diesel, is nie iets wat boere voor kon beplan of enige beheer oor het nie. The stage is set for an economic and social disaster in the Langkloof and areas similar. Damages to the agriculture sector in the Langkloof rose to over 100 million rand thus far. Food producers' use of fuel and fertilizer, already affected by the Middle East wars, further impacts food prices. Inflation rocketed because of supply chain disruptions and escalating fertilizer and diesel costs. We have seen how fuel prices hikes deliver a heavy blow to South Africa's farming sector. Grain farmers have an input cost with fertilizer accounting for roughly 35% and fuel accounting for about 13%. So half of the input costs are affected by the ongoing crisis in the Middle East. The first round of fuel increases is estimated to have added 1 billion rand to the operating costs for some grain farmers, and this is just compounding again. For individual farmers, this is pushing them into losses, and they have nowhere to go. The key challenge is that crops are on the field, and if you leave the crops, it will rot. To put the unexpected rise in fuel costs further into perspective, in April, the household food basket costed 5,452 rands and has increased by 123 rands in March. The basic nutritional basket of a household of 7 people now amounts to 6,618 rands. 74% of Black South Africans live below the upper bound poverty line. The poverty line is 2,486 rands per month, many of whom rely on the 370 rand SRD grant to survive. The food basket is 53 rand more expensive than the SRD grant, making it unaffordable for grant recipients. This makes the food basket, the household food basket, and the nutritional basket far out of reach for most South Africans. This budget vote comes before us at a time when all South Africans continue to feel the impact of high fuel prices every single day. South Africa's mineral and petroleum challenges are no longer only a technical challenge. Honourable Deputy Minister, what we have been short of for far too long is policy certainty, accountability, and competent execution. This is why the DA remains deeply concerned by the continued lack of transparency and accountability within the petroleum sector. Mineral and petroleum security depends on trust, and trust depends on transparency. And on transparency, Minister, you still owe South Africans answers regarding the diesel pricing. The pricing error that recently sent shockwaves through the logistics industry and among most motorists. Such bad-timed mistakes are not administrative inconveniences. They carry real economic consequences. South Africans should not be expected to pay for government errors at the fuel pump. Honourable members, South Africans cannot drill for oil, refine fuel, repair washed away roads, or absorb government mistakes. They are doing their part. It is time for government to do theirs. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pratt. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Milo from the Northern Cape. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Minister, greetings. DM, greetings. Minister, greetings. All members of the House. Good afternoon. Bahay Chuko Haye. Dumela. House Chair, the African National Congress rises in support of Budget Vote 34 because the budget advances the strategic objectives of energy sovereignty, industrialization.
Sorry, Honorable Bryant and Honorable Badenhorst, please, Honorable Bryant, you cannot turn your back to the person who's speaking. I think, no. You cannot disrespect each other. This House has got to be in a decorum. Please don't do it.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The African National Congress rises in full support of Budget Vote 34 because the budget advances the strategic objectives of energy sovereignty, industrialization, mineral beneficiation, mine rehabilitation, and inclusive provincial development. As the African National Congress, we firmly believe that South Africa's mineral and petroleum resources must serve as instruments for economic transformation and social upliftment. This position is not new. It is rooted in the historic vision of the Freedom Charter, which declared that the country's mineral wealth belongs to the people as a whole. Today, our share, the principle continues to guide ANC policy through our developmental state approach that prioritizes state leadership, strategic participation, and inclusive growth. Our chair, the ANC's policy position on strategic minerals and petroleum resources has consistently been reinforced through successive policy conferences, the National Development Plan, the Medium-Term Strategic Framework, and the Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. The ANC supports a mixed economy in which the state plays a decisive role in strategic sectors such as energy, mining, logistics, fuel security, and critical mineral development. Our chair, this is because no serious developing economy has achieved industrialization without active state participation in strategic industries. For example, countries like China, Brazil, Norway, and many other Nordic countries all utilize strong state intervention to protect strategic resources and drive long-term economic growth. South Africa cannot take a different path and expect different results. Our chair, one of the clearest examples of ANC policy in action is the establishment and strengthening of the African Exploration, Mining, and Finance Corporation, which was created to ensure greater state participation in mining and in energy development. The role of the AEMFC is particularly important in provinces such as Mpumalanga, where communities remain heavily dependent on coal, mining, and coal-related economic activity. As a global energy transition unfolds, the ANC has maintained that the transition to cleaner energy must be just, balanced, and developmental. The ANC rejects a transition that abandons workers and mining communities. Instead, our policy position supports economic diversification, worker protection, reskilling programs, and investment into industrial sectors in coal-producing provinces. Our share, the ANC has consistently defended strategic fuel security as a matter of national sovereignty. The decline in domestic refinery capacity has exposed South Africa to global price shocks, supply disruptions, and import dependency. This affects provinces directly because fuel is central to agriculture, logistics, mining, public transport, and local economic activities. When fuel supply is disrupted, as provincial economies that suffer first, farmers also suffer. They struggle to transport their produce. Mines reduce productivity. Municipalities face operational constraints and food prices increases. That is why the ANC supports strategic investment in fuel storage infrastructure, refinery revitalization, and long-term petroleum security planning. Our share, there are practical examples that demonstrate why ANC policy on strategic state participation remains necessary. During the period of global instability, including the disruptions caused by COVID-19 pandemic and geopolitical tensions affecting oil-producing regions, countries with strong strategic reserves and state-led energy coordination were better able to protect domestic markets from severe shortages. South Africa's experience during these disruptions show the dangers of over-reliance on imported refined fuel products. This is precisely why the ANC continues to advocate for sovereign capacity in petroleum infrastructure and strategic reserves. Our share, the ANC also recognizes the enormous economic potential of offshore oil and gas exploration. Projects in the Orange Basin blocks 112 and 12B present opportunities for industrial expansion, infrastructure development, and employment creation in coastal provinces such as the Northern Cape, where I hail from, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. The only in geography, the only 4 provinces that are coastal are those that I have mentioned. Others are inland. However, the ANC's policy position is clear. Development must proceed responsibly and sustainably. We are signatories to the SDGs. We are 4 years away from them. Environmental impact assessment must not become tick box exercises. Environmental experts, communities, fishing industries, traditional leaders, and provincial stakeholders, communities must all participate meaningfully in decision-making processes. The ANC believes development cannot come at the expense of environmental destruction or community exclusion. Our share, the ANC developmental approach is also evident in our support for mineral beneficiation. For decades, our country exported raw minerals while importing finished products at higher costs. This historical pattern limited industrialization and job creation. The ANC's beneficiation agenda seeks to reverse that imbalance by encouraging local processing, manufacturing, and industrial value chains. Our chair, institutions such as Mintech and the State Diamond Trader play an important role in advancing local beneficiation, supporting emerging entrepreneurs, and increasing domestic industrial participation. Our strong beneficiation strategy creates opportunity for provinces to develop manufacturing clusters like jewelry production industries, battery minerals, processing facilities, and downstream capacity. Our share, in order to move forward, we know the fact that opposition parties often argue for full liberalization, as articulated by Honorable Pinar. The market, the free market is not the panacea of the current challenges. That is a fact. You are advocating for a lean, mean, thin state. We are advocating for a developmental state, an interventionist state on behalf of the downtrodden and the poor. That's our policy position. The ANC rejects a model where strategic national resources are controlled without developmental obligation. Our position remains that mineral wealth must contribute to infrastructure development, industrial growth, localization, skill development, etc. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, the ANC supports the budget. It will be a mess on my part if I don't comment on the snide remarks to impunch the dignity of the minister by saying that Honorable Pinar from the DAL lump you together. You are saying that you are not convinced that the minister is the right person for the job. That's what you are saying. As I indicated, this is a snide remark. For me, the remark is odd, is cheap politicking. The remark is petty, careless, baseless, empty, and not backed by any evidence. That is what I call sewer politics. I know the minister because of his integrity. He will not defend himself. So I'm there not to defend himself, but just to illustrate his track record. On the contrary, as the ANC, we've got full confidence in the minister. The minister is a seasoned mine worker, rising from the shop floor, blue collar, up to the level of becoming one of the general secretaries of the biggest union in Africa, the National Mine Workers of South Africa, NUM. So he has the depth, he has the understanding of the sector. Is his terrain? It's like a fish in the water. So that's as I indicate, his understanding is quite clear. But let's talk about the record, because as I indicated yesterday, myself and you and Boshoff, Honorable Boshoff, we serve in the committee and we get reports and the minister accounts. Let me just illustrate just a few. One, there are many successes under his leadership. The first success I want to illustrate is a strong spending rate of the budget in the ministry and in the department. That's a milestone. Secondly, safety milestone. We have had a historic improvement in mining safety, the lowest in many, many years. That is on record. And beneficiation is an ongoing agenda on the lap of the minister. And then lastly, Pinar, whether you like it or not, whether the DEA likes it or not, the Honorable Pinar, the state involvement is essential to transform historic exclusion. There's no debate about that. Let's come to Cape Town that you want to, there's a classic writer that I like, Charles Dickens. He has written many classics. But one of the classics that I read 1984 when I was doing my matric is A Tale of Two Cities. You can Google it now. Cape Town is a tale of two cities. A city for the white, poor, rich, affluent, successful, clean water, no potholes, electricity, sanitation, all intact, one city. Within the same city, you have a city where there is squalor, there's poverty, there's difficulties. So Cape Town is a tale of two cities. Now, lastly, let me come to the EFF MK. I'm sick and tired now. Every time you reject the budget. Now, I had to check what phenomenon is that for 2 years, one party can come with one thing. I came to the reading of Ivan Pavlov. He's a Russian philosopher. He's a Nobel Peace Laureate. He has a condition that is called the dog and the bell. Every time you ring the bell, the dog salivates. That is called conditioning. So the dog is conditioned to say, every time you hear the bell, you must salivate, there's food. Now, it seems to me that phenomenon is applicable to the MKP and EFF, that all times you must just reject. Minister, thank you very much. Under your strategic leadership, we are pleased and we've got full confidence in you. Thank you, House Chair. Thank you.
Honorable delegates, the House is still in session. Honorable Mabilo, your input is highly appreciated as all the other speakers. Now I'll have to call the Minister of Mineral Resources for
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Some 3 weeks ago, Lewis, the leader of the DA, who is the mayor of Cape Town, said if he can be appointed a president, his first job will be to fire me. Now, Pinar confirms that it means a discussion in the DA. And that discussion is informed by one thing. They have allergy to a black person who understands mining. You can't help that. Now, I call it white supremacy because it is destroying a big empire in the United States because Trump is in that ideological framework that there's white supremacy and is destroying an empire. Now, the DA must get out of that to survive in the long term.
Minister. Honorable Manetse, on what are you rising, Honorable Marie?
Thank you, Chair. I want to stand on two rules of the House, 47 and 48. 47, it indicates that a delegate must not converse loud. We've been doing what we've been doing, yes, but we have been not disrupting the person who's on the podium. So it's been consistent that other delegates, when they are on the podium, they are being disrupted. So please, just assist us so that we finish the business properly. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honorable Manani. So I think your point of order is sustained. It's very clear that we can heckle, but you cannot run a commentary on something. So over to Minister.
Okay. Maybe Honorable Pinar doesn't understand that. Actually, that issue is one of the legacies that I go around with. I went to the mines in 1975 with Matric. I couldn't put my hand on a blasting certificate because it was reserved for a scheduled person. And a scheduled person was a white male. Now, when you say I'm not fit for the job, You are just rehashing a theoretical and ideological framework that under which you were brought up. You are a beneficiary of apartheid. You think that a black person should never understand mining. I understand it in details, I can assure you. Now, he says mining companies are not investing. Last year, we opened 5 shafts. I've just opened 1 shaft in the collieries in Mata 2 weeks ago. And that is investment. And that investment is not blue investment, it's green fields. Notice Bank is a new mine. Mata 4 is a new shaft, and I can give you the list. And one of them is a gold mine in the West Rand. And one of them is a platinum mine in Polokwane. And that is not investment because when it is black, it is not visible. When Exaro takes over CP in the manganese mine and a new conglomerate emerges that is black, you can't feel it because white supremacy inhibits your vision. Now, and when safety improves, you know, when I was a mine worker in 1986, Kinross killed 177 people in 10 minutes. Valrips killed 104 people in 10 minutes. St. Helena killed 52 workers in 10 minutes. Now, that is 1 year. We are reporting to you today that people who died in 2025 are 41. Want to improve that record? We have recorded a disaster of 5 people killed in Ekapa, and that worries us. Now, but because you don't appreciate the value of a human being involved in that death, you just talk numbers. Now, that is a big problem. Now, rehabilitation, Honorable Bayant, rehabilitation is in 2. I'm giving you because you're a provincial person. There is what is called concurrent rehabilitation. That means an operational mine has an obligation to rehabilitate. And there is rehabilitation of derelict and ownerless mines, which is a legacy of mines that were left during apartheid without a rehabilitation law. And this government is a godfather for a mistake that is not its own. We are rehabilitating them. This report that we're giving you, we are rehabilitating derelict and ownerless mines. So that distinction must be very clear. Operational mines, concurrent rehabilitation. Derelict and ownerless mines, we do it. So I won't go to many other issues because my time is up. I wanted to give you a lesson on mining because come visit us. We talk to you in a relaxed environment so that we can talk to one another, not past one another.
Honorable delegates, I think that we as the House must appreciate what has happened today because we had 3 ministries in one house. One ministry is providing life and dignity. The Ministry of Water and Sanitation. The other ministry was the Ministry of Electricity and Energy. There's no economy which can run without electricity and energy. But even there's no economy which can run without water, because the very same mines we're speaking about, they'll never run if there's no water. So I think that it shows the high level of respect which the executive has shown to us here. But not only that, plus, as I said, the ministries, because if you can look at what the deputy minister has uttered in this house, I think it shows that South Africa is at work. So I think that as the delegates here, we must reciprocate that respect which we are given today. Actually, by observing the rules of the house, because the rules of the house are there to ensure that there's decorum, there's respect among each other. As I said here, is that without water, minerals will not be exploited, they'll not be beneficiated. Without minerals, the economy will never grow. No, so I think that circle which you had, that triumvirate which you had here, is very fitting for this house. So I think that we must forever be indebted to that. Also, the delegates from the provinces, Honorable Brandt and the teams and the MECs which are here, your input is highly appreciated. You might differ with this, but it is highly appreciated because we can only build when we come from different points. But we know that the end game is one. South Africa must be put first. I think it must be. There's only one chairperson who's running the house. Please, if you are not comfortable with that, you can leave. There's no problem. You can leave there because this is unique. Actually, these ministries were supplementing each other like that. So that thing must be appreciated so that it must go on the record of the NCOP that this has happened today, so that we encourage the other ministries to do the same, to give support. That's why even when the leader of the DA is here, he's always appreciated because it's from the side of the NA, but is interested in what is happening in the NCOP. That cohesive work must be appreciated. So, Honorable delegates, that concludes the debate by what Honorable Mkwate has said. I would like to thank the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Minerals and Petroleum Resources for participating in the debate. So, you are allowed to leave. You can leave now so that we can be left with the internal affairs of the council. Yeah, you can leave, but you can stay if you want. All right, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Prati. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the third and fourth orders, which will be taken concurrently, but they'll be voted separately. These are the orders which deal with the removal of the two magistrates. Now I'd like to call the chairperson of the Select Committee of Security and Justice, Honorable Mananiso, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members, and fellow South Africans. Report of the removal from office on the ground of continued ill health and the determination to withhold remuneration of Ms. M. Maitufi, additional magistrate at Garamkua, submitted in terms of Section 13(4)(b) and Section 13(4)(a)(b) of the Magistrate Act 1993, Act number 90 of 1993, and referred to the committee on the 12th March 2026, dated 29 April 2026. On our background, the committee received a briefing from the Magistrate Commission on the removal from office and the withholding of remuneration on the 25th March 2026. Magistrate Maitufi was appointed as an additional magistrate on the 1st November 2015. The Magistrate Commission reported Magistrate Maitufi absent from office due to ill health since January 2020 to date.
The Magistrate Commission on the 30th October 2023 resolved to investigate in terms of Regulation 29 of the Regulations of Judicial Officers in the lower courts 1994 of the regulations. The Commission considered the following. Magistrate Maitufi has been absent from work from January 2020 to date with full remuneration. Her absence has a detrimental effect on the smooth running of the court. Further, her conduct tarnishes the good name, dignity, and esteem of the office of the magistrate and the administration of justice. The judiciary receives no value for Magistrate Maitufi, and it is not in the interest of the judiciary and the public that she should continue to receive remuneration. The Minister concurred with the Commission's recommendation and removed Magistrate M. Maitufi from office with immediate effect in terms of Section 13(4)(a)(I), Roman figure 2 of the Act. Committee consideration. The committee considered the matter of Magistrate Maitufi and found that her absence from her duties from 2020 to 2026 was not in the interest of the administration of justice. The committee noted that due processes have been followed by the Magistrate Commission and that courts need to function effectively and smoothly without a reliable magistrate in place. The committee further supports the fact that the taxpayers' purse should be protected at all costs, and the withholding of her remuneration in this matter is reasonable, and her lengthy absence from office. Recommendation. We consider the Ministers for Justice and Constitutional Development report dated on 18 February 2026 on the confirmation of suspension pending a resolution by Parliament on whether or not to recommend the restoration to our removal from office of the ground on the grounds of misconduct of Ms. M. Maitufi. Additionally, Magistrate at Garankuwa submitted in terms of Section 13(4)(b) of the Council Magistrates Act 1993, Act number 90 of 1993, recommends the National Council of Provinces to resolve not to restore Ms. M. Maitufi to the office of magistrate in accordance with this Section 13(4)(c) of the Act. Having considered the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Development's report dated 18 February 2026 on the Magistrate Commission's determination to withhold the remuneration of Magistrate Ms. M. Maitufi, the committee recommends that the National Council of Provinces resolve to confirm the determination to withhold Ms. M. Maitufi remuneration without amendments and in accordance with Section 13(4)(a)(c) of the Act. Honorable members, this is the work done by the Commission, not consultancy. So these are our dintswalos that the President have always spoken about. In terms of the report of the removal from office of Mr. L.T. Mkansi, Regional Magistrate in Bloemfontein, submitted in terms of Section 13(4)(b) of the Magistrate Act 1993, Act number 90 of 1993, and referred to the committee on the 2nd February 2026, dated 29 April 2026. The Select Committee received a briefing from Magistrate Commission on the removal from office of Magistrate L.T. Mkansi on the 25th March 2026. In terms of the background with regards to this matter, Magistrate Mkansi was appointed as a Regional Court Magistrate on 1st December 2013 in the Free State, based at the Bloemfontein Magistrate Court. The Magistrate Commission conducted a preliminary investigation, and after considering the preliminary investigation report on the 13th September 2019, the Commission resolved to charge Mr. Mkansi with misconduct. The misconduct charges against Mr. Mkansi relates to prima facie evidence that he, during the period 28 March 2017 and 4 May 2018, communicated 49 times on his cellular phone. I want to repeat. Mr. Mkansi communicated 49 times on his cellular phone with an accused person who appeared before him in the criminal court on 24 counts of fraud. The communication between Mr. Mkansi and the accused was either through calls, voicemail, or short messages services, SMS bagaetsho. On the 29th November 2019, the Commission resolved to recommend that Mr. Mkansi be professionally suspended from office. A charge sheet dated 12 December 2019 was served on Mr. Mkansi on the 13th September 2019. The Minister, on the advice of the Commission, professionally suspended Mr. Mkansi from office on the 9th May 2020. The National Assembly on 17 June 2020 and the National Council of Provinces on the 1st July 2020 confirmed this provisional suspension. On 28 September 2023, Mr. Mkansi's criminal case proceeded in the Bloemfontein Regional Court. On 27 May 2024, Mr. Mkansi was found guilty for defeating the ends of justice by the Bloemfontein Regional Court. We are the committee at work, bagaetsho. On 17 February 2025, Mr. Mkansi's review application was dismissed in the High Court. Mr. Mkansi was in interim convicted and sentenced in the Regional Court on the same facts as in the disciplinary hearing for defeating the administration of justice. After several delays, the committee presiding officer on 24th June 2025 recommended that Mr. Mkansi be removed from office in terms of regulations 26(1)(b) of the regulations for judicial officers in the lower courts 1994. In terms of the committee discussion, the committee has been consistently expressing their concern with regards to the delays and the cost to the taxpayers. The committee is pleased to have reached a conclusion on this matter through the Minister's removal of Magistrate L.T. Mkansi from the office of magistrate. We wish to express our happiness with the swift processing of matters by the Magistrate Commission, who has taken the recommendation of the committee. Upholding the administration of justice is of paramount importance in ensuring that our magistrates display the necessary conduct in our courts of law to ensure access to justice for our citizens. Having considered the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Development report dated 22 March 2026, on the confirmation of suspension pending a resolution by Parliament on whether or not to recommend the restoration or to removal from office on the grounds of misconduct of Mr. L.T. Mkansi, Regional Court Magistrate, Bloemfontein, submitted in terms of Section 13(4)(b) of the Magistrate Act, 1993 Act number 90 of 1993, recommends the National Council of Provinces to resolve not to restore Mr. L.T. Mkansi to the office of magistrate in accordance with Section 13(4)(c) of the Act. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Manani. So for the two reports you have submitted, and then they were attended to within a period of 10 minutes. Honorable delegates, we are going to now to vote on the third order. The third order is the removal of Mr. Mkansi as the regional magistrate of Bloemfontein. We're going to vote on that. Before we proceed with voting, I shall allow the provinces an opportunity to make any declaration. Is there any province which wants to make a declaration? Honorable Farmer, let us not play games. It's not individual, the provinces. And the leader of the delegation here is Honorable Badenhorst. He's the one who can make a declaration. Is there any province which want to make any declaration? 1, 2, 3, none. So because there's no declaration, we'll go straight to voting now. The leaders of delegation must either vote in favor, against, or abstain. I'll start with the province of the Western Cape.
The Western Cape will support, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. Bukoni Buprima?
Bokoni Prima support, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Stolle, Northern Cape.
Thank you, House Chair. We support.
Thank you, Honorable Mabilo, Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Mpumalanga support.
Thank you, Honorable Sibande, Limpopo.
Thanks, House Chair Limpopo support.
Thank you, Honorable Mkwili, KwaZulu Natal.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. KwaZulu Natal, vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kaunda, Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair. Gauteng votes in favor.
Thank you, Honorable Mdise, Free State.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Free State vote in favor.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini, Eastern Cape.
The Eastern Cape Province of Legends votes in favor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Pal. So now that all the provinces have voted and all the provinces have voted unanimously, so the report becomes the report of the House. It is duly adopted. Now we go to the fourth order, which is the removal of Magistrate Maitufi from Harankua. Before we start voting, I'm going to give the provinces a chance to make a declaration. Any province which want to make a declaration? 3, 2, 1, gone. So the next step we're going to is voting. I'll request the leaders of the delegation to either vote in favor, against, or abstain. I'll start with the Home of the Legends.
Members, the Eastern Cape votes in favor.
Thank you, Pala. The next one is the Free State.
Free State, it's here, report, Mundula Stool.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. The next one is Gauteng.
Gauteng votes in favor, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mdise. The next one is KwaZulu Natal. The province of KwaZulu Natal.
Siyabonga kakhulu, House Chair. Njengesifundazwe saKwaZulu Natal siyaweseka lo mbiko ngokuphelele nangokugcwele. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Kaunda. The next one is Limpopo.
Your level, just the province of Limpopo support.
Thank you, Honorable Mkwili. The next province is Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Mpumalanga Province support.
Thank you, Honorable Sibande. The next province is Northern Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We are in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mabilo. The next province is the Northwest.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Northwest supports.
The next province is the Western Cape.
Western Cape will support, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. Now that all the provinces have voted in favor, the report becomes officially the report of the Council of Provinces. So it's highly appreciated that. Honorable delegates, that concludes the debate. I would like to thank the ministers, deputy ministers, and all permanent delegates, MECs, and special delegates, and SARA representatives for availing themselves for this sitting. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned.
Recording stopped.